Attention! Pleasure to announce to this lovely room full new faces. One could be more cheerful, but nonetheless we ring the bells to usher in who pray tell.
Hi, heroes. This is Stan Lee coming at you. Want you to know Marvel has always been and always will be a reflection of the world right outside our window. That world may change and evolve, but the one thing that will never change is the way we tell our stories of heroism. Those stories have room for everyone, regardless of their race, gender, religion, or color of their skin. The only things we don't have room for are hatred, intolerance, and bigotry. That man next to you, he's your brother. That woman over there, she's your sister. And that kid walking by, hey, who knows? He may have the proportionate strength of a spider. We're all part of one big family, the human family, and we all come together in the body of Marvel. And you're part of that family. You're part of the Marvel universe that moves ever upward and onward to greater glory. In other words, Excelsior!
Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Hopefully going well. Let's see. Anomaly, Burb, Lav, and Kitra, thank you so much for gathering the Cosmos Stars. I appreciate it. I need all that energy. Lav, thank you for the raid. Sorry, good time zone? What's a good time zone? Puzzled. Time zone? Time zone? What's the time zone have to do with anything? Just don't follow. Please go follow Lav, Digimon. So yeah, show some love as Lav prepares for work. Hope your day goes well. The loveliness of retail and the holiday season. I know it well. I actually miss it, honestly. 100%. 100%. I miss it. My time zone is a good time zone, but it's certainly not morning for me. Fair. Good evening to you. There. Good evening. Bond, good evening, but yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading my stream. I wanted to make sure the captions worked. There is no loveliness in retail. There's not. There's not. So captions work. I just apparently I don't know, maybe I can't pick up my speech. I don't enunciate. Maybe that's the issue. It's gonna go crazy when I go bimbo mode. But I hope everyone's been okay. I discovered something last night. Pretty fun. I sat in Times Square, uh, at the behest of Veronica. Um, I met like 3 different trans people. It's kind of hilarious. All I did was sit in Times Square. I found a spot. I set up as Luna and did the little emote where you're, and then they came and joined me, and then I had friends requests, and I looked at the profile. There's no LGB without the T and things like that, and I was like, "I is there a radar? Like, do we just know?" It's kind of funny. But yeah, no, it was a good time last night, actually. Yes. Like, there's just, like, this unnoticed aura or something. But no, I just found that really funny. Like, I knew with you. You knew with me before I came out, though. But yeah, so that was actually a pretty chill time, honestly. I don't know what it was about. Like, seriously, that's all I did. I just sat in Times Square emoting with Luna, and it was a chill time. So I highly recommend it. Honestly, like, can't sleep or something, just chill. Right. But we are going to continue to feed with Magic. Was surprised no one assumed with me. I had to tell people. All right. Land 8 critical hits. Complete 2 matches using Vanguard. Well, Magic's not a Vanguard, so poo-poo on that one. Gone. Nope. All right. All right. First, practice. Want to hit this dive. Want to hit it. I want to hit it. I was watching replays, and I am way more off than I thought I was. I was like, "Oh, I'm just missing by like
noble as my sword
no,
stays
a little
bright.
bit. No,
Hostiles coming in fast.
no. Oh my God, no! It's bad.
I got you. You brought ice to a sword fight.
It's bad." Bum, 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 bum. Bum. Magic. Bye.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I got you. I didn't even use the sharp end. Daisy. Just a little love tap. I got you.
Wait.
Enemy ahead of us.
Practice settings. No book. I always forget to do that. And training.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I got you. Look at you fly. Straight to your soul. Lift off. Survive this.
Ah, I thought I was gonna go.
Hostiles coming in fast. you! Look at you fly! Survive this! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My goal? I want to have a Magic game that I can use for Glaze Day for class.
Did I break your spirits?
I got MVP once. I can do it again. And it wasn't against boss. I thought it was. I checked.
I got you! Just a little love tap. Daisy! Charge! Little lift off! Charge! You fly! The soul sword frees! Charge! Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Charge! Exile's coming in fast. One more for the soul sword. I got you.
See, I don't feel like this is like
Too easy.
useful training
Daisy.
because they're at a pre-programmed spot.
I got you.
Like I know where they're gonna go. I can't tell where a player's gonna go. That's my issue. That's why I do quick match.
One more for the soul sword. You fly.
They have the range.
Daisy. I got you. Too easy.
Let's up the speed a little. Maybe that'll. Weak.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enemy ahead of us. Survive this. Just another
I
soul.
didn't count. I got in my way.
Little lift off. I got you. Daisy.
What? Oh!
One more for the soul sword. On a little hot streak. Survive this. Daisy. Too easy. Survive this. You fly.
Alright. One more, and then we will dive in.
Five, 4,
Super fast! Let's see how this goes.
2, 1. Enemy ahead of us. Survive this.
You don't seem that much quicker. Is it just me? Okay, no, I see it.
Daisy. Charge. Daisy. That's why they call me Magik. Charge. Little lift
That didn't go. Alright.
Survive this! Hostiles coming in fast!
Alright, let's do it.
Pick your hero.
Not the best map to start with, but you know what? We'll make it work.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
Six DPS, let's roll.
When things get tense,
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Magik, please. You're helping Apocalypse's center godhood. Do you know what comes after?
an age that's rightfully ours. You know the old gods had their turn and messed up. Fist of Khonshu.
That's horseman talk.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'll do what's needed to win this, even if it does mean taking out former allies.
This is gonna go fun. This is gonna go great, chat.
Hostiles.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area!
You're on my radar.
Alright, we all died, not a kill.
My soul is stubborn.
You want the best?
Hey,
You
that's not a
gotta shoot.
DPS. That's not a DPS. You broke first, Gambit.
Just in time. Thanks.
Got me good.
They've got squids.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Hard to find good help, isn't it, Namor?
I see you.
I got you.
Oh my god. This is not the game to practice magic with.
They've almost
My
got it!
soul is stubborn.
This is not the game to practice magic in. How's it going, Mega? Appreciate the lurk.
Me? Just a demon-haunted mutant girl out to save the universe.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I hope you rested up on your honeymoon, Remy. Because now, it's time for business.
Rest? Maybe no. But I sure am feeling relaxed and refreshed.
Then go ahead and deal yourself in, Cajun. The more cards, the better.
Using Hawkeye and Oops All DPS is cheating. It goes against the rules of Oops All DPS. That'd be like me using Wanda. It's just not fair.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I gotta admit, it's fun getting in the lab and coming up with new arrowheads.
Doesn't have new arrowheads. Problem with Hawkeye, it doesn't have any trick arrows. You have Hawkeye, no trick arrows.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Doesn't win battles.
We captured the mission area!
Pulse charge, fire! Nobody can hang with the pulse cannon.
No mistake.
Oh my god. You not one-on-one with Daredevil, like, at all? Are you just, like, you stand no chance no matter what you do? Because he seems to get, like, bonus health and untouchable.
Co-op time!
Oh, win it! Hey!
Us against the world!
Got me good.
I was in
Now
trouble.
you do the same for me, Wee.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Please, we're hurt.
I'm on the board, chat. They got a Namor, though.
Limbo doesn't
Eden.
let go that easy.
They've almost got it!
Damn it, never fall!
I was in trouble.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Ah, she got me. That was terrible. I got 2 kills, or no, 1 kill? Yeah, I got 1 kill. But it was a confirmed. I'll take it. Oops, all DPS. I'll take it. We didn't once go in as a team though. We always came in separate. Why is this not an added phrase again? What's going on? Alright, let's see if we can get a serious game with Magic. I will say, I did hit every dash.
Pick your hero.
You gotta give me
Or
that.
villain. I'm not
I hit
judging.
every single dash, chat.
I have mutant powers.
I ain't getting the
And a little
kills,
demonic magic too.
but I hit every single dash I went for. That's progress. Is progress. Bum 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 bum
When things
bum
get
bum bum
tense,
bum.
the dark child tends to come
30
out.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So, like, what are you? Shouldn't you be on a leash? Does T'Challa know you're here? We need Squirrel Girl along as an interpreter.
I should be on a leash. I volunteer.
Battle starts
I
in
volunteer
5,
for tribute. I should be on a leash.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Follow my lead. Or don't. I really don't care.
Same. For real, Kitra. For realsies.
Here they are. The fools.
I was in trouble.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Les poissons, délicieux.
Ah, not a single kill. And first death. Damn it.
I don't fear pain. Haha, back from limbo. Not good odds.
Our Emma is still alive.
They captured the mission area.
Get out of there, Emma. Get out of there, Emma. Get out of there, Emma. Get out of there, Emma.
Just in time. Thanks.
You belong to me.
Quick?
should have known
And I
better
thought
than
my
betray
demons
me.
were hideous.
Mind control.
Us against the world. I got you.
Ah.
Control
Climbed out
seized.
of limbo. This is nothing. Haha, good. This works just like charge.
Just who Gambit was looking for. They hitting real hard. Gambit never falls!
Control lost.
Ah, I got followed. That sword hurts. I should have ran the other way.
My soul is stubborn. Survive this!
I should have ran the other way.
Their team's
Would have cut
capture
off the
progress
reel.
is past the halfway point.
We have a support ult. And my ult, and that's it.
Namor keeps strange company.
Just in time. Thanks.
Ah! Their cloak and dagger was at 1.
I climbed out of limbo. This is nothing.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You belong to me!
I got the Namor. 4 and 5.
My soul is stubborn. Charge!
4 and 5. Ba, 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 ba.
My soul remains noble as my sword stays bright.
Magic, you're
30 seconds
trash.
before you attack. Get ready.
How nice of you to
I
join
know,
us,
right?
Eliana. Done playing Demon Queen?
I've been at war with gods, Emma. What have you been doing?
Helping to run a sovereign mutant nation. Oh, and I just had a manicure.
Style over substance. Some
The
things
battle
never
starts in
change.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Didn't run from the altar. Sure as hell not gonna run from a fight.
Some uninvited guests.
Yelled at her.
It's an octopus party, and we're all invited.
You found my weakness.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Survive this!
The move!
Capture the mission area!
Next time, Namor, maybe bring sharks.
Control seized!
I summon the seas! Attack them! Insignificant gnats.
I got you!
I got walled off.
Haha, back from limbo.
You belong to me!
Now you do the same for me, we.
Us against the world! We captured half of the mission area.
Some uninvited guests.
Survive this!
Damn it! I couldn't kill the 1 HP Groot. Oh, it was terrible.
The area's almost yours! Control lost!
Also, I'm well aware I should not be running Magik against the Namor, but then I want to get practice with Magik.
King's Knight.
So, we're running it against Namor. Okay, first, we gotta destroy this stupid iron wall, because it's no CC bullshit.
Hostiles coming in fast.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Ah!
I climbed out of limbo. This survive this.
I wish you could, like, instant portal, because you get 2 of them. I wish you could use them back to back.
I climbed out of limbo. This is nothing. Survive this.
Why'd Gambit have ult? Yeah, Gambit had ult. Why didn't he use ult? Kill it, Gambit!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Christmas tree Groot! I love Christmas tree Groot. He's so pretty. He's so pretty, chat. The Groot's so pretty. But yeah, I know you're not supposed to run Magic in the name more, but I needed to practice. So.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
Bum, bum, bum.
My soul remains.
Oh, we're on
numb as my
defend. I
sword
hate
stays
defend on
balanced.
this.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Attack, I don't mind. Defend on this area, I just...
Please, you're helping Apocalypse ascend to godhood. Do you know what comes after?
An age that's rightfully ours. You know the old gods had their turn and messed up. Fist of Khonshu.
East of Khonshu.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I am a horseman. I am the horseman of pestilence. Pestilence to my team. Oh, they got a Hawkeye. Great. That's gonna be hell. Ah.
Limbo doesn't let go that easy.
Okay, goal this time, at least stay positive. That's well, actually that's really my goal every time. Just stay positive. If I can stay positive, that's improvement.
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier!
I was in trouble.
Now you do the same for me, we.
Survive this!
Found me someone to fight.
Stop them in their tracks.
Ah, I should have teleported.
Double KO.
Have soul sword. We'll travel.
Should have teleported out.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Ah, got me good.
I gotta stop that vehicle. Chance to stop them.
Daisy. This feels good.
Supernova!
Disappear!
Just what we need.
They hit a checkpoint.
Damn it.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Haha, back from limbo.
DPS? I'm sorry, I'm going one-on-one with Angela.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Better stop that vehicle.
That's fucking hurt.
Also, they have flyers.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Damn it, never fall!
Just in time. Thanks.
Double KO.
Tricks to bullseye.
Charge!
Watch this spot.
You stop them in
All
their
right, we're in the positives. I should really swap off. They got 2 flyers.
You belong to me!
5-second cooldown.
My good deed for the day.
Found me someone to fight.
Don't mind me.
Better stop that vehicle.
Supernova!
There's still a chance to stop them.
Got the Hawkeye.
They're sneaking from behind. My soul is stubborn.
Got the Hawkeye.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Just in time. Thanks.
Where is he? Nope. I'm out. Twelve and 4. Let's go. Damn it. Went too deep. Went too deep.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Even went and shot my dead body, just make sure. Like to just rub it in.
Only 60 seconds left. Disappear. Double kill. Down to 30 seconds. You stopped them in their tracks. Hold on just a little longer.
Take the bad guy. Never miss.
Final 10 seconds.
Damn it. I could have stopped him. I could have stopped him.
Never miss.
My soul
You'll
is
have to keep
stubborn.
fighting until we have a winner. Don't give them another inch. Or else. Better stop that vehicle. Child! I got you! You belong to me!
In time. Thanks.
I tried to hold the point, team.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I tried to hold the point, team. Alright, we finished positive. 7 final hits, so we were only 1 behind our DPS. That wasn't bad. Look at that. 14 and 8, 7 final hits. You're 1 behind the DPS. Yeah, not too bad.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
You know, I grew up in a demonic dimension.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Some sort of futuristic sentinel?
No. Spider is a friend, I swear. Please don't blow us up.
I'll take your word, mon petit. But if your robot goes bad, it goes boom.
If it goes bad, it goes boom.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You gotta open with the snowball? Really?
I'm counting on you.
Just in time. Thanks.
Here comes trouble. They are coming from behind.
I was in trouble. Survive this!
Turn around, they're sneaking up on us.
I'll patch you up.
Hostile ahead.
Look at you fly! I got you!
This has gotta be bots.
No, you had that coming.
This has gotta be bots. I am doing way too good. This has gotta be bots.
Next time.
Yeah, I'm 6-0. This is 100% bots.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I got you!
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
I got you!
Spiders,
My armor's stronger now.
Let the devil out!
take your day.
Team player, that's me.
Spider net updated.
I couldn't get out of there. Oh, they're... No, they have an outfit. These are not bots.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Charge!
They have a dressed up Luna.
Eyes over here, s'il vous plaît.
Here comes trouble. Enemy
My
in our
armor's
sight.
stronger now.
Help, friends.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Survive this!
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh my god. Shit. Got too close.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Charge. Charge. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh my god. Dude, did my healers seriously see me getting dove and we're just like, nope, your problem. They just saw me and Hawkeye getting dove and we're like, oh, not our issue.
Friends, gather around.
Here's how you shoot.
You got my back? I'm also
Let the devil out.
Magic is back! Can always use a shield.
Okay, we need to wait for the team. Stop rushing in ahead. Wait for the team.
behind you. I am ready to put on a show.
Enjoy the amplifier.
Can always use a shield.
So close. Your big chance. Get that vehicle moving again.
Just in time. Magic is back!
Eat hero, squirrel girl. We lost our penny tank, which was probably like our most important thing because it kept us healed when she wasn't there.
Tibido spotted bad guys. There they are!
Take a nap.
Let the devil out. Damn it, never.
I got you!
Got the goods.
Double tail.
Now's our chance to finish now. Don't waste it!
My friends are here. I need assistance.
Tibido spotted bad guys.
I am ready to put on a show.
We need to finish them off now.
I got
Damn it! I baited out the ult at least. I haven't gotten a kill like since the start of the damn game.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh, we started so good. We started so good, and then we all fell apart. What happened, chat? What happened? What happened? I'm sorry, that is an ugly fucking Daredevil. That is a ugly Daredevil. I said it. If you spent money on that, you should ask for a refund. Alright. We're finishing positive at least. Also, we're overdue a bot match.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
Bam, 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 bam.
If you see my brother, tell him I miss him.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This is not how I was expecting this day to play out. Never a dull moment for our crew, eh, Quill? I just hope we can get this wrapped up soon. No, I have plans. You made a plan. I guess there's a first time for everything.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Future, it has kick-ass weapons. Someone scratch my back.
Have an Iron Man. We immediately took out a rocket.
Magik is back!
Nope, unless someone takes out that Iron Man.
Just in time. Thanks. Revenge is sweet. Behind you. Go have fun. My strength is back.
That dear.
Need some help. Admit it. You need me.
Human, Adrian, Abato.
Hasta la vista, robots.
See them? Right there.
I missed that
Have
charge.
bad consequences.
A nice deep freeze.
I suppose.
You needed some help, didn't you?
Down and
Disappear!
Certainly an ult. Another ult. Ult that was indeed. That's another ult. Not sure what they're ulting, but that was an ult. For sure. One of the ults of all time, surely.
Friends, gather around! Stronger now. To be helpful. Our enemies are here.
hasta la vista.
Maximum pulse!
Mantis strikes. I suck.
Did your part, I
Bum,
suppose.
bum, ba-dum, bum.
I'm gonna miss that pop star charisma.
Got you.
I got Loki,
I need a
Magic, oh Iron Man.
Choices have bad consequences.
Only 60 seconds left. The grand finale. I like the cold.
I am Dark Child. I was in trouble.
Down to 30 seconds.
Just a little love tap.
These have gotta be bots.
We must hold out a little longer. A nice deep freeze.
Did your part, I suppose.
Final 10 seconds. Peter Royal, unstoppable force.
Those have gotta be bots. I'm 15 and 1.
Victory. Big win.
I'm well, must be bots. That's pretty. If I'm doing good, must be bots. That was 100% bots. So yeah, look at that. Look at that loss streak. That was amazing. Look at it. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Look at it. That's the thing of beauty right there. All right, let's see. Yep. 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 And yeah, I figured. I was overdue a bot game. They really need to up the programming on the bots. Like, at least make them perform how you, like, expect teams to perform or something, you know? Push
You'll need a
together
top-notch team to win
some
this.
kind of coordination. Make it so people are losing to bots. Make them earn their
I
victories.
have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
Da, da 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 da. You can show off the Lord Magic all you want. I'm not changing. I'm locked in. I'm gonna be that insta-lock DPS that's doing terrible and refuses to switch. That's me today. That's me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Magic, you're 0-6. Switch never. I can reach the double digits. I just know it.
What say you?
I'ma see. Gambit's done made deals with enough devils in his day.
Despite what some may tell you, I am no
Let's see. Who are we dealing with?
Honey, that's what the devil always said.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop
Really,
them
Gambit?
from securing the mission area.
Angela.
Practically infinite. Slightly less so on me.
The Spider-Man.
Look out below. Survive this. I was your protect your rear. I got you.
Spider-Man got me. Spider-Man shut me down.
Now we're even.
Okay, hold on. His fucking web pulled him right to my portal? Oh, because of the stupid spider tracer. Okay, that makes sense. Still bullshit, but makes sense.
I climbed out of limbo. This is nothing.
Ooh.
Survive
I has
this.
button. Let's go. Button, button. I has a button. Now, if I remember to use it.
It seems I have found a foe. Our enemies are near. Don't know how you did that,
Oh my god. Right in front of the healers, but that's fine.
My
That's
soul is
fine.
stubborn. Survive this.
Assemble!
They hit real hard.
Coming through. Bring on the chaos. Every devil Ashanti's power. They're coming from the did that trick, Steven. But I'm in
Oh my god.
I need assistance.
I still have the most death. Still overstaying welcomes.
My soul is stubborn.
a gift from Katsu, eh? I'll pass. You are in my debt now. Extermination!
Damn it. Okay, the chain doesn't, like, do jack shit.
My soul
You need
is
to stop
stubborn.
that vehicle in its tracks.
time. Thanks.
Forces in.
I got you.
Better stop that vehicle!
Ah, missed.
Assemble!
Victory! Render me assistance.
The moon haunts you! The moon haunts you! Almost didn't make it.
My soul is stubborn.
We are undefeatable!
气贯长虹！
Not cheaper townhomes.
Survive this.
There's still a chance to stop them!
I'm opening a portal.
You best check this out.
Better stop that vehicle!
A shortcut through space. I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Do the same for
Just in time. Thanks.
Your god is
The moon! Extermination!
coming through.
Ultra Race Supreme!
You're not rid of me yet.
Assemble!
got good.
Together to victory!
You have no soul.
This art's magic is at home.
Still need you to
Did you see that midair kill on Ultron?
You stop them in their tracks!
Your god is suffering.
I was in trouble. Stay away from these things when they're levitating.
Only 60 seconds left!
Need to break free. Damn it, never fall! A winning hand! The moon haunts you!
We are undefeatable!
气贯长虹
Seconds!
I unleash the Vishanti's power! I can think straight. Thanks.
Have soul sword. We'll travel.
On the point, get on the point, get on the point, get on the point, get on the point. Damn it! Just as I have all. Just as I have all. Stay still. Stay on the point. Get me in there! Get me in, get me in, get me in, get me in! No!
They hit a checkpoint! Might be the time to spot them.
Shit!
We are undefeatable!
I was trying to fall back. I was trying to fall back that entire time. The fact I survived as long as I did is impressive.
Stop them!
But not an assassin.
I got you! Right to your soul!
Coming from behind. Clever.
Only 60 seconds left.
Thanks. I got you!
Together. Victory. Win it. Bam.
I got you!
You know you had that coming.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Better stop that vehicle!
By the eyes.
No.
30 seconds.
No.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Come on, keep on the point, keep on the point, keep on the point!
Double KO!
Charge!
Woo!
Another
Let's go! Ross. I've seen that name before. Nine final hits. I had the most. Actually had some damage this time. Still the most deaths though. Why is it not, like, a thing? Hold on. Paste. Select all. Add term. Paste. Done. There we go.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I have mutant powers, and a little demonic magic too.
We in the positive, chat. We in the positive.
This soul sword can destroy just about anything.
30 seconds before
Why is
you
it
attack.
always
Get
defense? Why can't I just attack here once? Just once. I want to attack.
Can't have my new arm, Rocket.
I'll make it with your wild, Bucky. Go on, name your price.
One raccoon skin half.
Yikes. I mean, technically I ain't a raccoon, but something
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here comes trouble.
They have a Penny, a Jeff, a Iron Man.
Stronger now.
Should not be running Magic into Penny, but we're doing it.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Just in time. Thanks.
Better stop that vehicle. Mine's in place.
Our enemies are near. I can feel
They've
them.
made it halfway. Stop them. Defenses are down.
These aren't Spidey's.
Survive this.
Shuffle up.
Charge.
We gotta.
There's still a chance to stop them.
My strength is back.
Charge.
Explosive spiders. Watch out.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Spider mode. Whoa! Spider please! It's spider time!
Oh, hey, Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier!
Okay, this feels good. And I was holding back.
Man, I gotta bring another beacon?
Destroy that nest. I got you.
Damn it! Way overstayed on that one. I should have been long gone. I see the one, like I see them get down to one, and I'm like, I want to end it. I want to end it. I want to end it. I want to end it, and I don't know when to back away.
Damn it, never fall!
I should have been long gone. I was way overstaying on that.
Don't worry me. I'm just dying.
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
You're welcome. Spiders everywhere.
My strength is back.
Mine's in place.
Enemy ahead of us.
Teeny, enjoy the amplifier!
Survive this. Spiders get the job done.
Keep your distance from the spider nest.
Someone scratch my back.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Ah.
Oh, come back.
You shall not be caught.
Magic is back.
Nice bubble, Mag. Nice bubble. Your squirrel will be mine, though. Don't you worry about it. How are you standing on the... Oh, you were standing off the point. I can't hit the slash now.
Maximum pulse. I am Asgard's might.
Yeah, that was personal. That was personal. Did you see that? That was personal, chat. That was, you have upset me. You have attacked my fish.
My arm is stronger now. Charge!
Rule. Overkill. Overkill. Really. Really it is.
Tandy needs help.
Sorry, Mr. Stark.
Hostiles coming in fast. Survive this!
See again, I saw her at 1 and I wanted her. I almost had her.
It's now or never. Stop them.
She would have been mine.
Hey, T! Enjoy the amplifier!
Can always use this.
Child, I am Phoenix.
You dark child. Survive!
Double KO.
Behind you, my friend.
It's spider time! Where do you think you're going? Ooh, I got your feelings. Stop them in their tracks.
Well, if anything, I was causing a distraction and keeping them off the team. I'll take it.
Survive this! The Phoenix won't be gone for long.
I am Asgard's might.
We're better when we work together.
Behold the god of...
You're not rid of me yet.
Better stop that vehicle.
Maximum pulse.
I am Phoenix. Don't give them another inch, or else.
I was in
Hey,
trouble.
T! Enjoy the amplifier!
I will enjoy the amplifier. Thank you. I won't enjoy the amplifier.
It's spider time. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Okay, again, it didn't work. What the hell? Ace. Select all. Add term. Bum 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 bum. Bum.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Bum, 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 bum,
I have
bum, bum,
mutant
bum, bum, bum,
powers
bum, bum, bum.
and a little demonic magic too. I'm a little cynical. Probably the Russian in me.
Limbo! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I hope you rested up on your honeymoon, Remy. Because now, it's time for business.
Rest? Maybe no. But I sure am feeling relaxed and refreshed.
Then go ahead.
I don't
and
like
do
this
yourself
opening
a
right
picture.
here.
The more cards, the better.
This has screwed me so many times because I've jumped up here as cloak. I'll be like this, and I fall right back down there. It's so irritating. I'm like, ah, no!
More foes to conquer.
Honestly, I didn't like snow growing up.
Alright, I got an Iron Man, Gambit,
My God's down.
Psylocke.
Time to cut all off.
Better stop that vehicle!
Kill that hurt.
They've made it halfway! Stop them!
No fair, Psylocke. You called in air support.
Limbo doesn't let go that easy. Charge!
I expected better. It seems we have company.
No chance to stop them!
I was in trouble.
That was an accident, but I'll take it.
That one hurts.
Kill that hurt.
You stop them in their tracks!
Watch your tail. Oh, win it, hand!
Just in time. Thanks.
Gambit enjoyed that a little too much.
You stop them in their tracks!
Got eyes on one of them. Hostiles up front. Down and out. You best check this out.
Just in time.
Never fall!
I'm hurt. I
Maximum pulse!
I'm gonna
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I got a Hulk now, huh?
You're not rid of me yet. I got you!
Better stop that vehicle! They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Survive this! Just in time. Thanks.
Better stop that vehicle!
Oh my god. I cannot get kills with that. I get more kills regularly than I do with my ult.
Nothing. Charge!
That's like the Wanda ult. It just does not exist.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm doing this my way. Literally. Judge, jury.
Limbo doesn't let go that easy. I got you!
Damn it, never fall. Kill them.
Too many of them.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I teleported straight into that.
Double KO!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
That's 3.
I'm trying to enjoy my Magic gameplay. These people really want me to pull out Wanda today. I don't know what's going on. Like every comp, they're like, no, we want to play Wanda. I don't want to.
A nice deep freeze.
I don't know, chat.
Out of limbo.
If I pull out Wanda, do we really want another loss? Do we really want another loss?
Survive this! Yeah. Just in time. Thanks.
They're coming from behind. Here they are, the fools. Lord does not lose.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Better stop that vehicle.
I'm Hulk.
I climbed out of limbo. This is not
Gambit got your back.
too easy.
Gambit never falls.
What you deserve. Just in time. Thanks.
Here they are.
I'm gonna need
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
come, my minion.
Grateful.
Come, my minion. My soul is stubborn. You belong to me!
try to win them all.
Only 2 final hits. Terrible. Papa Snow. Papa Snow best. Good game, everybody. Bum, 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 ba da da, ba.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Bum,
I
bum,
have
ba
magic
da.
powers and a little demonic magic too.
Bum, 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 ba da. Come on, give us a strange. Give me a Wanda a strange. Give us a strange. Do it, do it, do it, do it.
When things get tense, the dark child tends to come out.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. With my light daggers and your soul sword, we can handle anything they throw our way.
Our foes would be wise not to underestimate us.
But they will. They always do. Just because you're young, pretty, and female.
Then let that be their final mistake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Kirito! Oh no. We already lost. We stand no chance. Hear it, Jeff? Thought I heard a Spider-Man. Yep. Spider-Man.
I was in trouble. Haha, back from limbo. Charge!
Bum 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 bum.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Where's the spider?
Just in time. Thanks.
Please, we're hurt.
Fear failure.
Am I invisible?
Dark force dimension.
This feels good.
It was whole team against little old me.
Double KO. Better stop that vehicle.
This is nothing.
Thor's gonna leave. Thor's gonna disconnect. I'm losing my quick play game.
In trouble.
Don't mess with the amazing.
3 generations. Chance to stop them.
Unlike me, she got killed with hers. But she's 12 and 1.
I climbed out of limbo. This is nothing. Okay, this feels good.
I got you. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Just in time. Limbo doesn't let go that easy.
Hits the ground. Us against the world. Please, we're hurt.
My sins have been washed away.
Magic is back. I got you. From limbo. I got you.
Nope, missed that.
I don't.
Let the devil mess with the amazing
Just all the buttons, huh? All of them.
Magic is back. From limbo.
They said we're gonna use all our buttons. I was swinging at nothing. He's not even moving.
Magic is back. Survive this.
Ah!
Don't give them another inch, or else.
Balance doesn't win battles.
Pep in my step.
Gotta stop that vehicle.
Did you see that?
Ba, ba, ba.
Can't stretch with them all.
At least you used the good magic to kill us all. "31 and 1. Craziness. Craziness, I tell you. Craziness. 31 and 1. She demolished me. She said, "This is how you play Magic. Not whatever I'm doing." Which is failing miserably. Completely. Utterly. Can't tell if I'm actually improving or not. I don't think I am. I think I'm just launching myself into death at this point.
You'll need a top
Sharks Tom,
to win this
hello.
I have mutant powers.
Welcome. I was the magic from your last game. You wrecked. You wrecked. I am just learning, so I have much to learn. I'm aware. I'm so bad with her. Someone gifted me the skin, and the rule is if you gift me the skin, I'll use the character. Thank you. Do not come in here for the first time and lie to me. Do not.
Fans just want to have fun, and they all deserve to be happy. If you ruin that for them,
But no, that was
they'll
a fun
make
game. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Did you see my brother?
Someone gave me an upvote? Why? I got like
30
one
seconds before
kill.
you attack. Get ready.
That's crazy. But yeah, someone gifted me the skin because I really like this skin. And so now I'm Magic.
Aren't you worried about my dark side
I am
anymore,
a support
Steven?
main, so this is new. Was the Daredevil last game? It's so cute. It is such a cute skin. I love it.
The battle starts in
Hey, hello, welcome.
3,
Your Daredevil is scary. I absolutely hate when I see the I'm on the hunt.
securing the mission area.
The little target appears above you. It's just absolutely terrifying.
Enemy ahead of us.
What have you
Namor's
summoned
alone
now,
again.
Namor?
For the best.
Okay. I'm gonna take out turret. No? No? Not doing it? Not taking out turret? Alright.
Just in time. Thanks.
But yeah, I love this skin. It is adorable.
Help, please.
I hurt someone. Huh.
Protect field. And this is why you just read, Namor.
Keep your ugly friends in the sea, Namor. Gambit got your back.
Guys, push a little further.
I got you.
Ah, I missed.
Didn't think I could take it.
I have such issue nailing that freaking dash. I know you aim to the right. Also, I need to. Wait, one on there?
Just in time. Thanks.
I kicked the Punisher out of his turret.
Yeah, okay, we do have a Hawkeye. I thought so. I was like, how is the Punisher in the turret that long? We have a Hawkeye. Punisher's turret should be down like instantly. Should not be a problem. The only reason I say this is because I can hit it as Hawkeye. Ah, Moon Knight. I had that one. I swear. Hey, I saw something over there. Hold on. Hold on. Saw something. Guess I didn't. Huh. I did.
We are undefeatable.
Judge, jury,
Good.
execution. Let the devil out. The eye of Agamotto. I can't move. Assemble!
Wrong way! You play a little too in the open. You want to stick around corners.
That's 3.
Back from limbo. I got you.
I thought it was around the corner.
Shanti's power.
So say you okay?
Gambit never falls.
I'll keep an eye on that. Cause I do try to keep cover. Okay. This Ultron's gotta go. You just need to do a lot of rolling and not much diving. The problem with diving, honestly, I've failed so much. I'm scared to engage. I'm absolutely terrified to engage because it's just like I'm feeding. But then I'm feeding when I'm not diving too. So you know, it is what it is.
Back from limbo. I got you.
I have one MVP game with Magik, and it wasn't against bots, surprisingly. So I know I can do it. I have such issue with it. I don't know why. Damn it! Did everything die? died in time. That's fair. It took me a minute to get comfortable diving. Like I said, I've had games where like I've had two games that stand out. Was I had an MVP on one, and then the other, the enemy team called me a bully. So I can dive. It's just I have failed so much now that it's just absolutely I can't get myself to engage. I'll just stand there staring at the back line like. Yeah, like I only got one final hit on that. I don't know. Like I know it's quick match, so I don't take it like super serious. I do feel bad because like I'm sure others do. And they don't want to get a loss, you know, because there are people that take it very serious. They act like it's comp. They're like, oh my god, you're ruining my quick match. Like it's quick. Where people learn. Go to AI. The problem with AI, there's nothing to learn. Every AI match I have ever done on the hardest difficulty consists of just sitting there and pushing everything to spawn. That's it. That's all AI matches. You just lock them in spawn. You don't learn anything.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I have mutant
Ah,
powers
she took my
and
magic.
a little demonic magic too.
Fine. I'll get heal again. I think I need to get a heal anyways.
We are hope and
I get some heals in. It's too. It is like I've tried doing that when like I'm trying a new character for the first time, and it's just you don't learn anything. You can put it on the hardest difficulty, you're just gonna sit there and spawn camp them the entire time. The AI is not right.
Ty and I create equilibrium.
If I wanted that experience, I'd go back to bronze.
Get ready.
No, I'm just kidding.
All who oppose us shall fall before the might of
But yeah, that's why I use quick match to learn. And someone gifted me the cute, freaking adorable Magik skin, and so we're playing Magic. Oh, look, she has it. His best skin, truly. Truly, best skin.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing
Until we
mission
get the
area.
cake Psylocke. When I get that cake Psylocke, ah.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Root, you're blocking my wall. Oh, never mind. Not our group.
Always glad to help.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
You wanna maybe not frontline? Just as a thought there.
Gavin enjoyed that a little too much.
I didn't even know we had a Spider-Man. Oh, getting rid of that wall. Yep. No wall while I'm here.
My time to shine.
Damn it. Or did you just? Yeah, you did.
You need to stop
Okay.
that vehicle in its tracks. Better stop that vehicle. I'll get you next time.
Go in there. Okay, thank you.
There's still a chance.
We have a Wanda? Look at that, we have a Wanda.
You stop them in their tracks.
I just don't. Trying to heal myself. Thank you. Immediately dives back in. Gambit, you're not frontline. Did he just? Yeah, he did. Hey, did he? Okay, no. It looked like he did. It looked like he did. I want to play Magic. I did heals for 4.5 seasons. Let me play DPS and suck at it.
Team play. This spot doesn't feel right.
I can't help you on that one. Oh, I meant to bubble, but okay.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Just embrace the light.
Just the boost I need.
You stop them in their tracks. You're mine. Glad to help.
Just who Gambit was looking for. Always glad to help.
Only 60 seconds left.
They're coming from behind. Oh, wait!
First step time. My time to shine.
Magic's fun, best character.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
My go-to DPS, probably no surprise, has been Wanda. We've actually done really good with her in Plat so far. In the bubble. Stay in the bubble. The bubble heals you! Oh my god! This is what I have to put up with. Wanda, what's next, Squirrel Girl? Oh my god, never. Never. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, I really enjoy Wanda. She's fun. Also decent with Phoenix. I've never gotten an MVP with Phoenix. I've gotten an MVP with Magik. Got an MVP with Magik, Psylocke, and Wanda. I haven't gotten an MVP with Phoenix. Even on bots. Very sad. I'm pretty sure a bot got MVP when I did a bot lobby with Phoenix when she first came out. Go Team Suki. Good game, everyone. How many deaths did I have? Only one? Okay. 3 final hits, damage. Lobby. I've probably done cloak a little. Could have probably cloaked it just a little bit. A little bit more. I hate this mode. I hate this mode so much. So much hate for this mode. Does anybody like this mode? Really? Like, seriously. 100% does anybody like this?
I have mutant powers.
Okay.
And
I'm
a
at it.
little demonic magic too.
I'm gonna sit off point and take selfies. I am so glad they have not added this to comp. Maybe they saw that everyone hates it and is like, yeah, maybe we should not add it to the comp rotation. Maybe that would be a bad idea. Get chain? I get chain. Chain.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I would cry. What if they added it to comp? I think everyone would. Honestly, that would be the first time I throw in comp.
Aren't you worried about my dark side?
I feel like I'm not doing this. Comp is sweaty enough. This level sweaty? No, I hate it. Oh my god, it is painful. Cause you can just go back and forth forever.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ready to capture the available area and extract some goodies? Let's go! I hope this is important. Reed and I had a date night planned.
Reggie's here. Our enemies are near.
Why do they always have flyers? Oh look, a Magik to tip me. Did the Magik kill me?
Great job! You're loading up on resources! You've got competition! Clear the enemies to extract more resources! I got you!
Damn it!
Just in time.
Uh-oh! The other team is extracting those resources!
They look like they mean business.
Oh good, she missed her charge too, see? I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed! Only gonna die though. Yep. I hate Daredevil. I hate him with a passion. On the
Climbed out
hunt.
of limbo.
Leave me
This
alone.
is nothing.
What do you want from me? I'm just a little K-pop millennial. Look at me. Like, how can you be on the hunt? How can you harm this? Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! Help! Thank you! Go away!
Looks like resources are running low.
The whole team was after me!
Double KO. That's 3.
I climbed out of limbo. This is nothing.
We just lose A already and just end this, please.
They're halfway to victory. Don't let them get more resources.
Are people still fighting over there? Really? That's crazy.
Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources.
By the eye of Agamotto!
What?
I am ready to put on a show.
A little late there, Luna. Luna, sweetie, you're alone. Luna, sweetie.
Double KO.
Luna, sweetie. Your whole team is dead. The whole team. All of us. We died. And you just put on a show. You put on a show all on your own, okay? You're better than this. You should have like thousands of followers and people in attendance, and instead you're like, the show must go on. I don't care if there's no one here.
Great job. You're loading up on resources. You've got competition. Clear the enemies to extract more resources.
Nope, nope, nope. Devil's pouting. Devil's pouting. No, 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 no. I'm out. Devil's pouting. Devil's pouting.
Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources. Not good. They're getting closer to victory. I got you.
I was in trouble.
Strong together. Resources are nearly tapped out here, too. Sorry.
Luna, I'm here for your
Let's keep
show.
fighting until we have a winner.
Why'd we stop fighting?
Who the hell froze him?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Who froze the penny? Silverbanks. I should have just gone Fang and sat with a book on the corner like I always do. I hate this mode. I hate it so much. Please, Nutties, if you're watching, take it out. No one loves it. No one enjoys it. It is just suffering. Put it out of its misery. Out of our miseries. Sincerely, your fan base. P.S. Add Carol Danvers.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Alright, I'm not gonna install DP. Okay, now I am. I'm not being tanked.
I have mutant powers and a little
I do not
demonic
feel like
magic,
tanking.
too.
Tank has been a headache lately. Oh my god. With the Daredevils and the Wolverines. And the cheaper townhomes.
You know, I grew up in a demonic dimension.
We're not gonna have a tank. Okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm
afraid there's still no evident scientific solution to our vampire problem.
What's that say? Oh, EO, Stark Unlimited.
Well, I suppose it's never a
Wait,
bad
it's Stark
thing to give some
Unlimited?
other muscles a stretch.
Mr. Fantastic.
That was Stark Industries.
It really is the end of the world.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I hear a Hawkeye.
1.
Now's my chance.
Avengers Tower, here we come.
Billions of people are counting on us to put the timelines back.
Oh, this Hawkeye looked up immediately. Okay.
Snipers locked in on us.
Survive this!
Damn it!
I've located a sniper.
My strength is back.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
That was so off.
I have complete faith in your
And that was
ability to
terrible.
complete this mission, Herbie.
My strength is back.
I should not be here. I should have got now.
Did you see that?
See, I know I'm doing something stupid.
Sniper, don't let him get a beat on you.
Ow. How come I can hit that all the time in practice? But yeah, I can't hit it to save my life in quick.
And stay down.
One's up there.
Charge!
No? Huh. Up there.
Almost to Avengers Tower. Smell the shawarma.
You know the you get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon.
It takes, Spider.
A long-range shooter. Smart.
My armor's stronger now.
They got a sniper too? Yeah, they do.
Enemy ahead of us.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Here's how you shoot. Take cover. We got
It never falls!
My strength is back.
Where's our healers? We don't have any. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, that was... Okay. We have no healers. We're just doing oops all DPS and we expect to push.
My soul is stubborn.
Get you there safely.
God. Let's Jeff it. Let's Jeff it.
Attention team. Black Widow is combat ready.
Problem solved.
Jeffery! Aim in between the crosshair and body for dashes. Go away! Go away! Go away!
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, now we go here. Okay, fine.
Plasma.
Never miss.
Why did I have to heal you inside the thing? I'm confused. I'm confuzzled. Take my bubbles, use them wisely. Go away! I'm just a cute little short. Don't want to harm the short. You don't want to harm the cute little short.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Hey, win. If anyone wants to join, I'm just doing quick match. Just know that I'm probably gonna be Magik and I'm probably gonna be terrible with her. So as long as you're okay with that, then go first.
Feeling fantastic.
I was about to swallow. I got more KOs than Jeff. I could join after my match. Okay, but then you're Magik. We could be a Magik Wanda combo. You better give Jeff head pats. I did lots of work. I demand head pattings. All the head pats. No one's giving me head pats. No, you can play. No. Oh god. Compared to you? No. No way. I'd feel bad. I'm not a one trick. Well, neither am I, but I'd feel bad. That's the secret. I'm a no trick. I got next week off starting tonight, so if you're down for anything, nice! No one headpad Jeff. Really? Really? I was the first one to go heals. First one! You didn't. You didn't. You did. After. You didn't. You didn't. Not a Jeff. I is a fake Jeff. My secret is I'm awful and happy. I'm almost always Instalock Mantis or Frost. Emma's fun. Emma's fun thing. Also, I switched to Jeff afterwards. Oh, that was the Gambit that said it. Gambit only died once. I didn't even know they had a Gambit, I'm gonna be honest. I love their little Evos. They're so cute. Also, I love Yuno Gasai, so the fact that they gave her the Yuno Gasai emotes makes me so happy. They have Yuno, they have Boa Hancock, and I'm sure there are other anime references that they've added. But yeah, if anyone wants to join, EO3, what do we have? 13. Battle Pass. By the way, NASA is drawing dicks on Mars with rover. What? Haven't even landed a critical hit. Hilarious. Wait, 2 matches using Vanguard. Okay. Gotta do it. Tanky. Has to do a tanky. Why did my twam lock in? Thought it was over. Never over. The suffering never ends. You think it's over. And then it drags you back in. I'm not done with you yet. Ba-dum-bum. Are we on Jeff? Of course he is. Captain. He is Captain Jeff. I only know DPS and Adam. Adam is the one support I do not know. I've even tried Ultron. I don't like Ultron, but I've tried Ultron. Now, my DPSs would be surprisingly kinda decent on Hawkeye. Magik, I've tried. It's just not working so well. Phoenix and Scarlet Witch. Honestly, I think I'm doing worse on Magik than I was when chat forced me to do Spider-Man. That was some horrid gameplay. Oh my god. It was terrible. I did get a kill once, though. It was amazing. Right. We even clipped it. It's forever saved in the archives. Oh my god, Suki got a kill on Spider-Man. It was great. It was a good time. We had a party and everything. It's amazing. I think I now have a skin for everybody. Well, not Gambit. Not Strange. Yeah, I want Dapper Strength. Can I buy Dapper Strength? Hold on. I have enough? I might? Question mark? I do. Let's go. Now no one can gift this. Haha. Is mine. No one can attack me for the holidays. I am safe. Is it just me, or does he look like Joseph Joestar? The match, it's finally over. I do want these two now. I do need to work on, or try Iron Man at some point, too. I freaking love their Wanda. The zombie Wanda looks so good. I'm so tired of seeing her, though, because of Nightmare 4. That will forever give me nightmares. You have a friend request? Yay, I has friend. Are you, like, super higher rank than me? Probably. Probably. For some reason... Oh, you're Plat 3? For some reason, anytime I make a friend here, they're like Grandmaster, Celestial. I'm like, I'm a lowly Plat. I peaked in Grandmaster 2.5 and have not gone back since. And that was just solely doing support. I was not switching roles at that point. It was just only I was insta-locking support every time. I'm at my peak rank right now because I started actually playing rank this season. Oh, nice! You'll go far, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. I'm gonna let you magic. Because you're scary as magic. I have nightmares about portals just opening up, swallowing me. You're fisting it? Fisting it.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine.
Oh wait, they don't have a team up anymore, do they? Oh no, they do.
Superpowers are
Okay.
amazing.
Fair.
Also, the ice effect. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So what's the new team up? Luna grants Winter's Show to Iron Fist. When Iron Fist activates Harmony Recovery, he can heal nearby allies with Luna. Or Chi.
Maybe, but
I missed my get out of jail free card when I had a power up with them where I could just hit the button and I heal.
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I haven't played Iron Fist in half-ish.
Always glad to help.
Feel renewed. I'm hurt. We're finding our groove.
Stay hitting real hard.
Thanks for the shield.
Almost about out.
I like the cold. I don't have to be center stage.
Battlefield ready again.
I was say, please get her. She's only at 1.
You stood no chance against the warrior.
Always glad to help.
Some uninvited guests.
Need some ranged firepower. I need medical support. Hey, behind us.
A nice deep freeze. I don't have to be center stage.
Stay hitting real hard. Almost about out.
I'm doing this my way.
We're finding our groove. That's a good feeling.
Now you do the same for me, Wee.
I like the
Feel renewed.
Heads up.
I should be singing lullabies.
Line of sight! Line of sight!
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I am ready to put
Yeah, I'm good.
Right behind you.
We're finding our groove. I like the cold.
Get. Go away! Always the daredevil. Always. Always the damn daredevil.
I've still got songs.
Avenge me, Punisher! Or go in alone. Nah, you can go in alone. That works too. Not really avenging. That's diving in alone.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Not really the same thing.
Look who we got here. Lucky draw.
Supernova!
I like the cold.
Better stop that vehicle.
Thanks for the shield.
Boost I need.
Fuck off.
I like the cold.
Almost about out. I see.
Someone needs a snowball in the face.
Where's the skyscraper with my name?
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Hey, thanks. I was fine. Thank you.
Oh my god, go away! Go away!
I'm back in the fight.
Gambit never falls.
There's still a chance to stop them.
A nice deep freeze.
A winning hand.
That's what I needed.
Be strong together.
I was in trouble.
You belong to me.
Thanks so much.
I needed that more than I'll admit.
I suck. That one hurts.
Boost I need. Feel that hurt. Gambit got your back.
Stop it! Weakling!
It's okay. You need me.
Let the devil.
I've still got songs to sing.
Better stop that vehicle! They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Back in action.
A nice deep freeze.
I was fine. Thank you.
Oh my god, daredevil!
I've still got songs to sing. Be
Enemies
strong
on
together.
approach. Ah, that's better.
He's here. Fuck! She blocked me from ulting. She immediately blocked me from ulting. That was good. That was good. That was good. She locked out my ult instantly. Well played, Emma of Frosting. Get him! He's down to 1. Oh my god.
Only 60 seconds left.
Get the Jeffrey.
I'm back in the fight. Don't give them another inch, or else.
Uninvited guests.
I should be singing lullabies.
Some assassin you turned out to be, Angela.
Down to 30 seconds. Need some help.
Stand strong.
Limbo stands with you.
Suppose that's how.
I don't have to be center stage.
Oh my god, why couldn't we kill him?
Someone needs a snowball in the face.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I'm a fraud. You did a lot better than I would have. You see, you're 8 and 7. Mine would have been 7 and 8 with like maybe 1 kill. And Daredevil was scary. Oh, damn it, she took my SCP. Oh, because she got 2 more at the end. Damn her. Ha. Good game, everyone. I see you. I'm gonna start banning him every match. Usually my go-to ban is Panther, because he's a pain in the ass to deal with. So lately everyone's been banning Penny. For good reason. Because people still don't attack the nests. DD and Namor. I've seen a lot of DD ban, I've seen a lot of Namor and Penny bans. Because people still don't attack the nests. Even though now we know the nests heal and give teammates a movement boost, they're still like, nope, gonna completely ignore the nest. Why can't we kill the team? It's crazy. They're just overhealing. GG, no heals. Look at their heals. They have so much better heals. They like never died. That's because they were sitting in a penny nest.
To win this one.
It's not that hard. I'll let you be Magic. You know what?
You don't have to be a witch
Oh,
to
let's
find the
go.
magic in this world, but it does help.
All right. I feel pressure, chat. I feel pressure. I have to compete with Sentis.
There is no reason to be
All right, Shark,
afraid
you
of
and
my
me.
magic.
You and me. On.
I got you. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Gaze upon her.
We find ourselves caught in a battle
Snapping
between
photos with the
two
bestie.
dudes with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
I have done that one.
I kind of wish it was a smartphone instead of a instant Polaroid camera.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
So she could sit there and be like vlogging. Put my radio head for this. You portaling already?
I like hanging around
Why though?
because he gets me.
Some assistance, please. Here they come.
Everyone's gonna die.
A shortcut through space.
Russian mommy.
That's 3.
Reborn from the chaos.
In your face, loser.
Ah, there you are. No escaping
Letting the dark child out, I see.
4-1, 7-1. All right, I gotta step it up, chat.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
What? Yeah, like a week or so?
Five and 2, 7 and 1.
Double KO. Magic.
They do know we can just build all, right? Like they know that, right? They know we can just sit there in our spawn and just build all off of them that entire time. Like that. They're aware of this.
I require some aid. Good to see you can back up all that bravado. Coming right at ya.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Let's find him out and hope we don't end up dragging him.
have found more lost souls.
Watch this spot.
Watch this place carefully.
Almost there. Ultraman now.
Now, a disappearing.
Ancient secrets revealed.
Ah. I didn't have my fade. I shouldn't have done that.
My fate is
I haven't had a
sealed
single
yet.
good ult. He's about to squirrel.
Rise, my friend!
I'll patch you up.
Chaos control. Sorcerer supreme.
Ah. I'm getting thrown around. I know the feeling.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
At least you're positive. I'd get thrown around and I'd be negative. So you're getting killed.
Feeling stronger.
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
Here comes the Turtle Express. We should be there in, what?
Claimed by chaos.
Those guys are about to be winning at it.
Goodbye.
Double chaos. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. That's 3.
I got both heals and Phoenix. I'll take it. Let's go. Suki on the board.
My work here is not done.
Ancient secrets revealed.
Rocket, where are my heals, man? Where are my heals? Where were my heals, Rocket?
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way. You are nothing.
Our foes have arrived.
Ah, that's better.
Can I join your game? Of course, Darkness. We're just playing quick match, so you're more than welcome.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Dangerous! Again!
Get that vehicle moving again.
The Dark Child is ready.
Only 60 seconds left.
Ah, that's better.
Limbo stand with you.
In front of us.
Double chaos.
My time.
That's 3. Down to 30 seconds. So close. This is your big chance.
Damn it.
They hitting real hard.
The final 10
Make the
seconds.
same mistakes again.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Okay, I have ult. Do I have a support ult to back me up?
Us against the world.
There it is. Rocket! Rocket! A little late, Rocket! A little late on the alt, Rocket. Damn it, I wasn't even close. They jumping me? Yeah, you had it rough. You had a rough time for sure. Alright. I finished positive. Still too many deaths. Yeah, that was a rough one. It was so rough. If anyone else wants to join, we have 4 slots. I was going to say, Darkness, you're not even on. Darkness, you haven't done placements yet? Get with it. I'm sick of solo queuing. I need some of you to make it to plat so I can ride your coattails to victory, okay? Y'all need to pick it up. Sick of solo queuing plat. It is HFIL out there, okay? I don't do rank because I fucking suck ass. I don't do much better. But I somehow made it to plat. The system's rigged, FYI. My friend went to Diamond and left me to solo queue? Oh my god, that's a terrible friend. A true friend would be throwing matches to catch up to their friends. I'm just saying. Like, that's true friendship. You threw your match for me so we could stay together. Like, that's friendship. Also, is this Centess or Shark or Tess? What would you prefer to be called?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Alright, let's do this.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in
I'm gonna
this
beat you
world,
this time.
but it does help.
Relentless? Okay. Going from plat 3 to diamond to WoW sick. Ah. Is that an L? That looks like a T. It's Centess. Alright, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you this time.
Chaos surrounds us,
Let's go.
but I will gladly show it who is in control.
Accent thingy? Ah, okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Even the Sorceress Supreme cannot win this battle alone.
Then how about you and me make a little magic together? Eh, Cher?
I will gladly fight by your side, Remy. But nothing more.
That's all I meant. Ain't my fault my accent.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The barriers between dimensions are breaking down. It's up to us to protect them.
I'm gonna battle while trying to watch how Scentless does this.
Enemy ahead of us.
They have a Daredevil. They have a Daredevil. They have a Daredevil. He's hunting me. He wants some. He wants it. He wants it, chat.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Ancient secrets revealed.
Oh my god. Okay, I didn't die first. I did not die first. All right.
Double KO! Capture the mission area!
Letting the Dark Child out, I see.
You got Daredevil behind you.
Limitless magic. Goodbye. Ah, that's better.
Control C! Us against the world!
You're not going anywhere. Limitless magic.
Oh, bitch! That bitch, Jeff! Ah! Robbed me! I had Gambit's ult, everything! Oh, it's gonna be beautiful! That little bitch, Jeff! Oh my god, that was our Jeff! Jeff, you fucking moron!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Alright, this doesn't count. Our Jeff sabotaged me. That was our Jeff. I can't believe our Jeff did that. Okay, you can't let him have these walls, people. No.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Yeah, no. Only 5 and 2? Really? Thought I had more than that.
Now, a disappearing.
Ah! The Jeff saved their team. Our Jeff ruined me.
I may be powered by
Why is it
chaos,
saying team up
but I'm
active, but it's
trying
not
to
showing
bring a
magic?
bit
That's
of
weird.
order to the universe.
Can't believe our Jeff ruined
30
me.
seconds before you attack. Get
That
ready.
was a team wipe. I got the poster just as the ult did. Nice. That was a team wipe. I had the Gambit power up. I was charging in. It was gonna be glorious. And our Jeff
Battle
said
starts
no.
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright.
All you need to do is capture
Where's
the
our Gambit
mission
now?
area.
Our Gambit is almost at ult again. The minute he ults, I'm ulting. Beautiful.
Sorry, all out of hellfire. Enemy ahead of us. That's better.
The mission area is yours to capture now. Double KO! You got them all!
Now you do the same for me, Wee.
The mission area is yours!
11 and 2. I'm one behind. I'm one behind
We
her.
have prevailed.
captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Ion.
Control lost.
Chaos control. That's some real firepower. Ah, that's better. Limitless magic.
Oh my god.
Ah, that's better. Show's over. My fate isn't sealed yet.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Sorcerer Supreme!
I walked right into his fist. I said, fist me, Mr. Thing. I love when you fist me.
Capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Okay, we gotta get rid of that Punisher.
I don't fear pain. I fear failure.
The Punisher's armor turret is broken.
Sorcerer Supreme! Chaos! So it begins.
They've almost got it.
This should help me heal.
Got me good. My life force
That's
is
what I need.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You are under my spell. Sorcerer Supreme!
Us against the world.
Ah, that's better. The forces outnumber ours.
I didn't hit a single reality erasure. Every single one of my ults was terrible.
Magneto raised me to never stop fighting for what I believe is right.
Ready's ready to rule.
Damn, triple
30
support for
seconds
real.
Before you attack, get ready.
We're gonna have to dive the crap out of them.
Because now it's time for business.
Rest, maybe no. But I sure am feeling relaxed and refreshed.
Then go ahead and deal yourself in, Cajun.
I should be allowed to report people for triple support.
The battle starts in 5.
It's a valid strat.
3, 2.
You want real hell?
All you need to do is capture
Try
the
6
mission area.
supports.
Got it?
Don't forget your button, sweetie. That button is always on cooldown. What do you forget? What do you who do you think I am? One is the one time I remember I have a button.
Force burst. Anyone willing to help? Limitless magic. We will stand with you.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Mission area is yours.
The Shanti's power.
We have prevailed. Well, who's next? Now, a disappearance.
Let's go.
Just who Gambit was looking for.
Oh, now they broke out.
The moon haunts you.
That's better. They're here, everyone. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
It's clobbering time!
The area's almost yours.
Letting the Dark Child out. I unleash the Vishanti's power.
That's better.
Gotta keep
The doctor has
Khonshu, watch over me. A gift from Khonshu.
I won't make the
You'll
same
have to keep
mistake.
fighting until we have a winner.
I got one with that. I think it was their heal.
Rainbow stands with you.
The arc has been removed from play.
Woo! Let's go! Did they get off triple support? Is that what happened? No, they were still on it. They was still on it. Yeah, no, that Groot was something else. Good game, everyone. Still mad at Jeff. That was a team wipe. They were out of shield. That was a team wipe. Until Jeffrey. He then went AFK.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Darkness, you gonna be the thing? Alright, I'll be your suit.
I'm not the type who fades
I give
quietly
you
into the
shield.
background.
I give you button. Use it wisely.
Even when the multiverse is in danger, family still comes first.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Whew, boy. You're giving off some real bad mojo, huh? I thought you of all people would be used to dealing with devils. Unsavory folks, sure. Real demons is where Gambit draws the line. I suppose it's nice to know that even you have standards.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Looks like rest and relaxation ain't in the cards no more.
Oh, they got Iron Man. Well, that was quick. Oh, that stupid Magneto sword.
Looks like the mission area is
Maybe I'll try
yours to
Gambit one
capture.
time.
Capture the mission
I haven't
area.
gotten to try him yet. Not on stream, at least.
That's much better.
Feeling fantastic.
This is compromised. That's what I should have kept that on consoled. C'est la vie.
Vortex field.
Found me someone to fight. What have we here? Ow. Ooh-wee, that hit the spot.
Anyone willing to help?
The moon haunts you.
Progress is past the halfway point.
I'll put this to good use.
They have a Spidey and an Iron Man. I may have to go Wanda.
Turn around, they're sneaking up on us. Gambit never falls. Maximum pulse.
They've almost got it.
Here they come. The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you.
Double KO. That's 3.
Don't back down until this side is ours.
Well, that could have gone better. I'm carrying.
Even when the multiverse is in danger,
Aren't you used to that?
family still comes first.
You're 1 and 3. Shut up. You're not carrying.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Matt? Boy, is it good to see you from the face.
I was like, wait, are they?
You okay, pal?
It's been a long road from Hell's Kitchen, Peter, and it hasn't been an easy one.
The fact that you're still here fighting means your journey
1
isn't
and
over.
3. Average plat Spidey gameplay going on right now.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm still mad that this outfit does not come with an MVP. Like, it's an MCU outfit. I thought all MCU outfits come with a cool MVP. And yet this gets nothing. You're just like, here you go, here's the outfit. All you get.
A little help, please. Feeling fantastic.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Disappear! Disappear! Vortex field. No worries. I've got your back.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
The mission area is yours.
No time for a great old dog. We still got work on show.
That with Moon Knight's own.
This place is worth a good look. Now another fearsome foe. I'm afraid we're outnumbered. A little help, please. Pick up your toys, Moon Knight.
You didn't even know I was there. Shut up. You were just blindly firing.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
You were blindly firing. I'm about to go Wanda and shut down this Iron Man if someone else doesn't. I'm just sad. But they'll leave me all with a single healer. And it's Gambit, so you're not gonna get any heals from it.
The moon haunts you.
Magic off? That's much better.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Vortex field!
Much better. Maximum pulse!
They've almost got it!
We've got trouble. Vortex field!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Dark AP. Oh, Guppy just with our mat. I thought you went Magic. Well, I gotta go now. If you're on later, I might be able to join back. Okay. Thanks for playing. Appreciates it. I will most likely be on. We'll see. I might do some ranked. I don't know. We'll see. Bum, bum, bum. Alright. Alright, now that shark's gone, I'm gonna show you real Magic gameplay. No, I'm just kidding.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
I don't like getting spanked without consent. Why not? That's the best kind of spankings. The ones that you don't know are coming.
You know, I grew up in a demonic dimension.
Alright.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let's try and finish positive.
The one and only.
That's the goal right now, just to finish positive.
Obajan's favorite
And to
singer.
nail our slashes.
Did not expect that. The battle
They
starts
have
in
a
5,
Jeff.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm more dangerous.
Honestly, I didn't like snow growing up. Hyman's always tried to throw snowballs with me, though. Sorry, I'll skip that.
We gotta.
Help, friends! They are coming from behind.
Ah.
You're not rid of me yet. A nice deep freeze.
Tremble before fire!
Just in time. Thanks.
Listen to my soul. Get that vehicle moving again! Look at friends! Gather around! I like the cold. Disappear!
Oh my god.
Getting my kit.
Charge!
I like the cold.
I was in trouble.
You're halfway there. Keep going! Sorry, no escaping us now. I'm under here! Child!
I once dedicated an entire
Fucker.
species through an act of magic.
Almost there! Don't turn back now! Hex!
I was in trouble.
气贯长虹！
Turn around, quick. A nice deep freeze.
Look who's here.
Friends, gather around! You're safe with us, Herbie. Squirrel on. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Let me help.
Damn it.
Take a nap. I suck. Charge! Drop on you. Chin up.
1 and 3.
Double KO.
Tremble before fire!
I'd go Wanda, but someone's already on her. They're just not stopping this Panther, though. Also, they have triple support.
You are nothing! I got you! Okay, this feels good. I have faith in you, Herbie. Don't make me regret it. I got you! Oh, thank you. Just in time. Thanks.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Let's go.
Moon Knight's on as soon as it begins.
Feel your pain. Hello, little friend. We're here to help. My friends are here!
Another fearsome foe.
Survive this! That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Just in time. Thanks.
You belong to me! Damn it, never fall!
A little help.
Ow. I was kidnapped. That's not on me. That was Wolverine. I can't do much against that.
Double KO!
You're not rid of me yet.
I got you!
Just in time.
Got the Sue. Yeah, you can't dive with a Wolverine watching the backline.
I got you! Friends, gather around! Another epic victory! Big win!
Good game, everyone. That Wolverine was scared. Was that Wolverine? Oh no, that. And that's protecting healers. Yeah, I wanted a really good job protecting the healers. She did what I do. I stand back there with the healers. Spidey Man coming in? Not no more. Not no more. Go away, Spidey.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I have mutant
Not
powers,
today,
and a
Spidey.
little demonic magic too.
Not today. I'm noticing a lot of names with hearts after the end. Like, I'm seeing that a lot more often now. That code.
My soul remains noble as my sword stays bright.
Fools.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
We have the Jeffrey. We must protect the Jeffrey.
You on the side of the good guys
No
this
letting
time?
harm come to the Jeffrey.
Side of the mutants, as always.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save yourselves.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh wow, they're already falling. Are they triple heal? Mother. Wow, that was sad. I got killed by the Jeffrey. I didn't think he saw me, actually. He didn't seem to be paying any attention at all.
Climbed out of limbo. nothing. I got you!
My friends are here!
Mind if we make a quick stop at those all along the way?
We make calls. One for the squirrel.
Just in time. Thanks. Served up on a platter.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
That actually worked.
Full potential.
You brought ice to a sword fight.
There. Don't turn back now. Double tail.
Simply repulsive.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Survive this.
Just in time. Thanks. You're welcome.
Let's make this place go boom, we?
4 and 1. All right.
They don't look friendly.
Eyes over here, single play.
I am ready to put on a show. Fire mode.
Oh, they just used all their alts. What do we got? We have the Jeff alt.
I climbed out of limbo. This
I has my alt. They just wasted all their support alt.
Say you're gay.
Oh no, wait, they still have Jeff. Trying to get out. We're just trying to get out.
we don't get there soon. Ingress
Oh
is
no,
not
the devil's
going to the
pouting.
ramps.
The devil's pouting, chat. Get out of there. Get out of there. The devil's pouting. He's a pouty devil. He's such a pouty little devil. He just wants to cry. No one lets him. Penny, are you gonna put down your freaking nest or what?
Keep going.
Penny!
Just in time.
There we go. Thank you.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Again? Again? Really? Didn't she just do that?
Have soul sword. We'll travel. Charge! Go have fun.
Always glad to help.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
My armor's stronger now.
Hey, hit the river, it never falls!
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. My friends are here. Charge. Double KO. I wonder if Ratatoskir's up here.
Mind if we make a quick stop at Odin's Vault along the way?
7 and 4. All right.
Full potential.
Oh, check this place out.
Our enemy has been conquered.
They're sneaking up on us!
Can always use a shield. Too many of them.
Or they have triple support.
Back from limbo. Charge! Child! I am dog child.
Eyes over here, s'il vous plaît.
Let the devil
Damn it, never fall!
Come, my minion. Enemy ahead of us.
Get that diesel moving again!
Just in time. Thanks. We don't get there soon. Yggdrasil will
Oh my god, how are they pushing us this far?
Double KO! Magic is back! I am ready to put on a show!
Legendary!
I got you! You're welcome.
Found me some of the fire.
I got you! I was in trouble.
Damn it, never fall!
Always that Jeff.
Magic is back!
Insignificant.
Get that diesel moving again!
A winning hand!
I am ready to put on a show!
Somebody tell say Chevy.
Down to 30 seconds!
Did I break your spirit?
My friends are here!
Can always make a shield.
Final 10 seconds!
Oh my god.
let
My
the devil
soul.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner!
Oh, mutant
Survive this!
Eyes over here, s'il vous plaît. Turn around, they're sneaking up on us.
Enemy ahead of us.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Only your I got you! Under restraint. Gone.
You haven't got no
I was trying to stop that. I missed every single dive, by the way.
Magic is back. I got you. Come, my minion. Just in time.
God damn it! I could not hit a single freaking dive. Oh my god. Like, I was just swinging at nothing. That was ridiculous. I'm so mad. I missed every single friggin' dive. It was ridiculous. I don't get it. Like, I have games where I've done okay with her, and then I have games where I can't do shit. There's no consistency.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I have mutant powers, and a little demonic magic too.
Puppy princess. I robbed the show.
This soul sword can destroy just about anything.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. With my light daggers and your soul sword, we can handle anything they throw our way.
Our foes would be wise not to underestimate us.
But they will. They always do. Just because we're young, pretty, and female.
Then let that be their final mistake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Just as I forged a nation, I shall wield a weapon fit for a king. Full potential.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I was in trouble.
Did I get a headshot? Yeah, I did.
Just what the doctor ordered. You're too loud.
The mission area is yours.
Yeah, I did. I got a headshot, I did.
This works just like in Limbo. Limbo.
Always glad to help.
Thank you, dear.
That was terrible.
Survive this!
My guard's down. Stay hidden.
Hey, I was your Gambit from last game. How's it going, Hearts? Sorry, my magic sucks. I'm trying to learn her.
Keep going.
Never miss.
Yep. You're gonna miss that.
Keep your eyes peeled for lazy Behold the god of thunder!
Oh, that was mines. That was. I can't go backward.
Magic is back! I got you!
But yeah, that was a fun game.
It's almost yours.
Okay, you did awesome. Don't lie to me. Don't. You're the second person to come in here and lie to me. Yeah, no, I'm a support main.
Light Force is in preparation. Sure. Not ready to perform quite yet.
Thank you for redeeming the Cosmos Stars. Appreciate it. Okay, I can't go in there with the mines. We gotta get rid of those mines, people. Ah! No, seriously, I'm a support main too. Who do you usually play? Cloak and Dagger or Luna?
Magic is back!
Their team's capture progress has passed the
Cloak and
halfway
Dagger or
point.
Luna are my supports. My go-to tanks are Emma and Thing, and then my DPS is Wanda. Why do I only have one DPS, you ask? Because I do not like to run DPS in ranked. There's just way too much pressure.
Never miss. Behold the god of thunder!
I wasn't even paying attention, I was looking at chat.
Double KO.
Yeah, I only run DPS if I absolutely have to in ranked. Otherwise, yeah, I don't. There's too much pressure.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Fucking. Go away.
Nice deep freeze.
Go away. Mines.
Against the world.
Ah! If I would have hit the melee, I would have gotten him. I forgot to hit the melee. I got him up and then forgot to do the melee. Damn it.
Against the world.
Magic is back!
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it.
Charge!
I just don't do well with divers. I really don't. Oh, that was stupid. Get away from my mag. Well, I'll try to finish getting Lord on Gambit. Hope we get in game again. See you later. Thanks for stopping by, Hearts. Enjoy your Lord farming. Yet to get the experience Gambit.
Probably the
He looks fun. I'm waiting for it. Magic swap off. No.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The actual Magneto. Wow.
Should I know who you are?
No, but you should know magnetism doesn't work on super cool materials. Guess what I can do?
Be impertinent, it seems.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
So this is the future. Or one future, anyway.
Oceans, protect me!
Just in time.
We should go now, no?
You gotta deal with that Hawkeye.
I am vulnerable.
And missed the dive again.
Capture the mission area.
This feels good.
Giganto crushes all. Next time, you may not be so lucky.
Ah! I sniped the Hawkeye during his ult. You know he's mad. You know he's mad.
Control seized. Come here.
Just in time.
Why did it go up?
Just embrace the light. I don't have to be sensitive.
Hostile, coming in fast. I'm hurt. Charge! Look out behind you.
Co-op time.
Things around here again. Ooh la la.
Us against the world.
I'm gonna die. Yep.
You've captured more than
Maybe it's the circles I hang out in, follow, but if I see someone with a name like Puppy Princess, I'm like, trans girl spotted.
Have soul sword. We'll travel.
I got you.
I wanted that Hawkeye. I really wanted that Hawkeye.
Well done, Giganto.
glory is almost yours.
I was in trouble. Magneto, how's it feel to be one of the good guys? Me? Just a demon-haunted mutant girl out to save the universe.
That's what Quick Play's for.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Come to Krakoa, Ilyana. War is coming, and we could use your sword.
That's the thing, Magneto. You reduce me to a weapon and make everything about your war.
What could matter more than mutant survival?
Let's circle back after we defeat Doom and put space-time
The battle
back
starts in
the
5,
bottle, shall we?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I was an ordinary mutant girl until my soul got put through a demonic blender.
Kill that thing.
Just in time. Thanks.
Ah, here they are now.
Tandy needs help.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Mission area is yours.
I got you. My strength is back.
Take it, Wanda. Did I not get a single kill with that? I did not. 9 and 7.
My soul is survive this. Did I break your spirit?
This spot's ours to steal.
What is that? Something about the fun police? Hold on.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
That easy.
Woo! I never miss.
Gambit never falls.
Tandy needs
A winning hand.
I am easily wounded.
Balance doesn't win battles.
Scanful crushes all.
They've almost got it! Now it's showtime.
My strength is back.
Time for fireworks. That one hurts. Nest of spider bombs. I like the cold. It's the grand finale. Keep fighting until we have a winner. It's spider time!
The god of thunder!
A nice deep prize. Double KO. Control seized.
Tandy needs help.
We got it.
Damn it!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I wish you showed me my point of view before you died, so that way I could see how far off on that dive I was, because it did not look that far.
Survive this.
Us against the world.
The spiders have been dealt with.
So lost. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
15 and 9, 5 final hits. At least I got some final hits this time instead of 15 and 9 with 1 final hit or something. I gotta push myself. I've gotta start diving. I've got to. I gotta just engage. Just the hell with it. Go with it. I want to watch that replay and see how far off I was on that dive. But I already accepted that. Oh, I hit. Hold on. I hit that.
I got you.
You saw it?
I got you.
Was he just out of range?
I was in trouble.
Oh. Nope. He might have been out of range. Could have backed off. Also, I gotta stop spinning. I keep spinning.
Just in time. Thanks.
I keep spinning instead of doing the little demon thing.
Limbo doesn't let go. The charge.
I'm mistiming the dash. That I just didn't lift high enough. This was a dumb dive. The minute she put the nets down, I should have backed off. I should have dived earlier. I wasn't even close on that one.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Never miss.
I am like 80% sure that every one of my kills was not on purpose.
It seems we have come
Yeah, that was a dumb dive. I play Penny. I should know better, chat.
Magic is back.
I got you.
They've almost got it. Control seized.
I'm like actually getting angry playing Magic because I know I can, like I said, I've gotten MVP, I've gotten good games, so I know I can do it. I'm just struggling so bad. It's like legit starting to irritate me. I was wait for the ult because I fell down the hole.
Magic is back.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Never miss.
Behold the god of thunder!
I see how all these little spiders like to talk to us.
The
Magic
area's
is
almost yours.
I got you.
Yuki, what were you thinking? I have no green glow. That's dumb.
Need some help. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Surprised they didn't blow up there. I love that I remember to put a demon, like, when I don't need it. But when it would have been useful to, you know, put a demon, nothing. Like right there, demon.
Behold the god of thunder!
Magic is back!
A winning hand!
Charge!
Oh my god. How do you guys watch me? Seriously. Ow. How do y'all put up with my gameplay? For sure, sheer entertainment of my folly.
I'm a little cynical. Probably the Russian in me.
Cause you cute.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The actual Magneto. Wow.
Should I know who you are?
No, but you should know magnetism doesn't work on super cooled materials. Guess what I can do?
Be impertinent, it seems.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I had wondered when Doom would finally bring about the end of all things.
Or at this moment. 3 and 5. I've done 3,000 damage. Another misdive. Oh, it's this kill. Yeah, see, like, that was not like, oh, I'm gonna kill this guy. That was just firing off at him. I don't know why I aimed up on that. I think I aimed up because it usually ends up hitting the stairs for some reason. So I was like, okay, so I gotta aim higher. And another miss dash. Hold on. Hurry up.
Need some help.
There we go. How bad is my timing off?
What? You expect a Gambit to throw some beads?
Okay, I see what happened. I see what happened. I think that's what I'm not accounting for. Their own movement.
I was in trouble.
See, again, demon when I don't need it. I should have had that kill. The fact that they kept that, I was just back here this long is ridiculous.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Have soul sword. We'll travel.
I got you.
Yeah, I keep aiming where they are instead of where they're gonna go. That's why I keep my dashes. Very basics of aiming, but for some reason, my brain just... I really wish I would have saved the MVP I got on her. But I don't even have the ID or anything. It was erased because we did so many matches afterwards. I'm kind of sad about that.
Me? Just a demon-haunted mutant girl out to save the universe.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Come to Krakoa, Ilyana. War is...
Ah! Okay, see? Like, I can do it. Proof. Proof I can play it. It's not a bot lobby either. Proof. There's proof. I can play Magik. I have no freaking consistency with her, and it's driving me insane. Really wish this had like a replay ID or something. I only took the screenshot. I should have saved the replay.
coming, and we could use your sword.
That's the thing, Magneto. You reduce me to a weapon and make everything about your war.
What could matter more than mutant survival?
Let's circle back after we defeat Doom and put space-time
The
back
battle
in
starts in 5.
Hi, how's my favorite Suki? How's my favorite Suki? I'm doing alright. I'm trying. I'm just struggling with Magik, like, really badly. I'm watching my replay to see how badly we're struggling, and we're missing like every single dive. The only damage I managed to do is when I do the little Getsuga. I can't be your fave. You should be your fave. Well, shouldn't you be your favorite Suki too, then? But hopefully your evening or day is going well. I forget, did I escape from this door? I think I did. Somehow, we got out of there. At one time I did demon.
Us against the world.
But it's okay, I'm tired, but I'll stay up a bit longer yet. Why you gotta stay up longer? Work or something? I should have had that, Jeff. I'm so mad. I should have had that, Jeff. I have plans? Ah.
My soul is stuck. Survive this!
I feel bad. They were trying to do a little roleplay thingy and I messed it up. I'm so sad. I was done with work 4 hours ago. I was a terrible person. They were trying to have fun and I messed it up. I saw blood in the water when I saw a Hawkeye in our back line. Fucking Thor, leave me alone, man. Thinking about swapping to be a tank main. Tank is fun.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I'm not usually a DPS main. Like, DPS is the role that I stay away from. But I played Magik at first as a joke. Because, the skin was gifted. And if the skin is gifted, I'll play the character. But then I actually really enjoyed her. I had some good games, and I'm like, hey, maybe I have a DPS besides Wanda. It has been I'm only playing tank lately because no one else will. Yeah, it is such a weird season in ranked. It's like people are insta-locking supports. After like 4.5 seasons of no one wanting to ever play support or tank, or insta-locking supports. It's crazy. Hey, good job of getting out of there. Yeah, again, see, like the one kill I got was totally on accident. The Hawkeye was on purpose. I'm used to there being a support shortage. It feels weird. It does. Like, every time I queue up for ranked, it's like, bam, 2 insta-lock supports, and I'm like... Okay. I should have bat right there. I should have dropped down the steps. I should have dropped down the steps, gone and grabbed the health pack, and then back. I blame Gambit. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. It's weird though, because when Sue was released, they weren't insta-locking supports. I didn't see Sue in ranks until like later on. Like a couple weeks. Like, no one cared about Sue, sadly. Gambit releases and everyone's a support main now. I think Gambit is more well-known. Yeah. He also doesn't get as much love. So people are happy to see him, and 9, 5 final hits. I mean, we've had worse. One of my friends had to fight to be able to play Sue, but we only play quick play. No, she was locked in quick play, yeah. But in comp, like, no. Yeah, like, see, I can play her. I swear, I can do it. It's like legit angering me that I can't seem to like, repeat this. Debating if I should play Rivals or MC. You can join me in Rivals. I really wish it would have saved that game. Added in. Wait. No, it's all Scarlets. Yeah. Match reap. Oh, these are from last year. Okay. Game. Was that like season 2? Wait, do I have a game from season 1? Can I actually compare my gameplay from how I was in season 1? Gambit is one of the coolest Marvel characters. Am I honest? The fact he's not an insta-lock in every roster is crazy to me. Gambit's pretty cool. I think I can actually compare from season 1. Why did I save this one? Because I felt we should have won it? I'll have to take a rain check on joining on Rivals. I'm low social battery today. I get it. 100%. Understandable. Why did I save this? Oh, I remember why I saved this. I know. Okay, yeah. No, this was a game where my team blamed the healers. They said GG no heals, and that's why we lost. And so I saved it because my heals are 34,000 with 32 friggin' assists. The other healer had 29 assists. Like, sweetie, it's not the heals. Apparently, he's a stage background character and token instead of a playable one. And I'm like, damn, really? Though that might not actually keep him out. I mean, they might add him. Sounds like an insane game. Yeah, that was, yeah, that was when she released, because I started running her in comp. We're gonna do some comp. Let's see if we can get out of plat. Let's see if we can get out some plats. We ain't running Magik, that's for sure. I'm creating alt just to run Magik, see how far I can get in a bronze lobby. Knowing my luck, that's when I'll get an MVP. I don't get how people can complain about no heals when the healers are not only healing as much as they can, but are getting dived with no help. That's my issue with Gambit. That right there is my issue with Gambit being a thing this season. Because you have DPS mains locking into support. And so when you're dove, they're gone. They take off. They don't peel. They don't patty cake. They're out of there.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Should we lock in the Wanda chat? Okay, we got Magik.
You don't
Rip,
have
locking
to
in
be a
Wanda.
witch to find the magic in this world.
Maybe we'll get a
Does
strange.
help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Let the devil pout? We could ban the devil. Let us ban the devil. Being a devil is a bannable defense. How dare he? I'm not banning him because of the devil. Oh! See, now I can't rock my magic. They blocked me. I can't believe it. It's terrible. I'm getting rid of Panther. Panther or Penny? This is my hero shooter with the style of gameplay, and I even understand that. My first. Mine too. It's my first hero shooter and my first competitive. I don't really do competitive games much. I don't like PvP. Not a fan.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I think it's mainly just because this is Marvel. Okay. I'll make sure we had a healer. Another other shooter I play is Valve, but it's different play. The only game before this that I actually like remotely got a little competitive with was Killzone 2 and 3. That's it.
Surrounds us.
Strong together.
But I will
30
gladly
seconds
show
before you
it
attack.
is in
Get
control.
ready.
So you have decided to
And I don't even like first-person shooters. So again, like there's two games I've been competitive on, and both of them are like things I don't like usually. But never heard of that one? It was a PlayStation exclusive.
The battle starts in 5.
All right, let's see how this goes.
3, 2, 1.
Get
We
ready.
got
Here come the bad guys.
we got a mag.
So cold. Feeling stronger already.
Spider-Man.
I feel like I'm being watched. A nice deep freeze.
Better stop that vehicle.
I got blocked by a wall. I got Grooted. I got Groot rooted, and I am the first death.
I won't make the same mistakes
Stop
again.
them.
Not the only death, though.
A nice deep freeze.
Gotta protect our healers. Gotta protect our healies.
Feeling stronger already.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop.
Up Spidey.
Reborn from the chaos.
Heal. Groot, the healers are healing. You have shitty ass placement. I'm watching you.
Better stop that vehicle.
Under my spell.
Tandy needs help.
Co-op time.
Give it never more! For mutant kind!
Need to find cover.
I like the cold.
Feeling stronger already.
气贯长虹
Disappear.
Vulnerable than ever.
Wasted all. Is the group complaining? Very much. Very much.
Made it halfway. Stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
He's gonna be like, no heals. DPS is trash. 0-3. And using the ironwood wall as like an actual blocking wall instead of how it's supposed to be.
There's still a chance to stop them.
You're a Groot. How do you not know to destroy the walls? What's going on here?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Who's back here?
How dare you waste my time?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Alright, come on.
Somebody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Goodbye.
Better stop that vehicle.
Ah, that's better.
A boom of light.
Stop putting the walls in front of you. Not what they're for. I don't even play Grid and I know this.
Leave them to Khonshu. Wait, that tree was
Disappear!
Your fate is sealed.
Double KO!
You fight the Dark Force too.
A nice deep freeze. Back.
Come on, Hybris.
I love it.
Give it never fall! Cannot hurt me. Khonshu never rests. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
It's now or never. Stop them!
May Khonshu show you mercy.
Goodbye. Better stop that vehicle!
Respect for nature.
Fear thyself. Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Myself again.
5-5 group. 14-4 Wanda. Someone give me a strange.
You got them all!
Khonshu willed it, Spider. Blame him.
You know, I know if I'm a 0-3 as a tank, I'm more than likely a problem.
Give it never fall!
Only 60 seconds left.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
If it wasn't only S3, I totally would be straight for you. Probably could have worded that better.
3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Oh, now you give me a strange. Okay. Now you give me a strange.
Watched entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again.
Wait, you're only silver 3? You could probably
30
climb.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Even the astral
Out,
realms are
Spidey.
torn apart by the time stream entanglement.
Who better to put them back together than you and me?
I like your optimism.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mon Dieu, that here they are.
The fools didn't run from the own. Sure as hell not gonna run from the fight.
That one hurts.
Feeling stronger already.
You're not going
I'm only S3. I'm not very good. I am terrible. Come on, Spidey. Come on, Spidey.
Don't drown in the darkness.
I suck.
You're the better Suki. I don't know about that. I should have. I phased up instead of phasing through. That was dumb.
My Ultron is like a plague. Sorcerer supreme.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. Give it never falls.
Oh my god. We're getting desperate out here, chat. Do we break out the magic? Oh, they took away my...
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Time to remind Ultron who's tough. You better check this out. Don't let him through.
You don't have to aim with Wanda. Hit all 3 of those missiles, by the way. All 3 of them. You don't have to aim with Wanda. Dude, I can't do all the heavy lifting here. Anyone else want to chip in here, or... Requesting help. Are you one of those Namors that can't play without a Hela?
Final 10 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
We take back what's ours. We go down track.
Keep fighting until we are.
Enemies on approach.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Oh my god. That's not good. Get sleep. That's not good, no matter what your plan is. Are you just gonna sit there the entire time?
3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I need to stay up. God, I hate Squirrel Girl. I'm gonna ban Squirrel Girl that map every time from now on. I go to bed now. Wake up at 3. Evan, they don't have work until 9. Good game, everyone. Tree diff? Yeah, no, that was very much a Groot diff. I think I got one one ult off that actually got kills. The rest he blocked with my freaking with his wall. Team kind of sucked. Any team where I am the highest DPS, we have an issue. Because I am not a good DPS. I'm not a DPS main. You know what was missing in that game? I should have broke out the Magik chat. That's the I would have popped off. Also, I couldn't kill that Spider-Man for some reason. It was pissing me off. I couldn't kill it. I mean, hold on. Sorry, I'm not doing this right. GG, no heals. The healers let us down, and our tank couldn't tank. I did absolutely nothing wrong. It was a perfect game on my end. They are the issue, not me. Gotta get in that. Gotta get in that DPS mindset, yeah?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It was missing a second transfem, for real.
You don't have to be a
We need an
witch
all
to find a
transfem
match
team.
in this world.
That's what we
It
need.
does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Groot? I could get behind a Groot ban, but honestly, Penny is the problem. Don't ban my Emma. Why you ban my Emma? You got me and Jane. See, we got 3. We need 3 more. Let the devil out. Ban Daredevil. Nah, you know what? I can take a Daredevil. I can deal with him. I am Wanda flippin' Maximoff. We don't fear the devil.
Pick your hero or villain.
The devil
Not judging.
fears us. I don't even know your name. Well, you will. Seriously? Really? You okay, I was gonna say, somewhat, they see that we have all the dolls that still talk to me. We need more dolls. We need enough to make a team. We'll call us the dolls. And we will just run through the tournaments. We will run roughshod because no one can handle a team of just transdems. They're not ready
30
for it.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I try to do the right thing, but somehow people always take it.
Every day will
I
be
know exactly
trans awareness.
I mean, it's not
We will
my
make
fault.
them aware.
Whispers in my brain and tells me who deserves his righteous
Her name is
vengeance.
Broken Spoon.
Okay.
I love some of the
So maybe not
Battle
names.
starts in 5, 4,
Actually sounds like a really fun idea. I would love to do a
2,
tournament.
1. All you
My
need to do
issue
capture
is,
the
like,
mission area.
even
Got
in
it?
comp, people tend to get like way too serious, and I've lost friendships over like super competitive things before.
feeling stronger already. Sorry to ruin your fun, Punch.
Yeah, I see you. I see you.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. We captured the mission area!
I disappear.
I dove way too deep. I wanted that Spider-Man. Think cop seriously? Nah, not me. I'll play tic-tac-toe with Jeff on Spawn. Yes, see? Like, I'm fine. It's comp, so you're going to try, you know? You're gonna want to do your very best, obviously. But, like, if you start yelling at me, if you start to, like, swear, if you're starting to get, like, really deep into it, I'm out. That's just not me. I don't like it. I hate it. I've dealt with it. It's why I stopped playing Destiny with some friends, because they got, like, really, really super serious about it. Like, it was the end of the world. We didn't do well in this match.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Against the world! Here is almost yours!
Hey, we make a pretty good team.
In my opinion, making the other Jeff play tic-tac-toe is a good strategy. Takes one of the healers away. For real. Like, that's big brain strat. I'm doing terrible as Wanda right now.
The moon haunts you!
Feeling stronger already.
Leave them to Khonshu! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
That's me.
Fall back and regroup.
You're welcome.
I actually watched 2 top 500 Jeffs just have a 1v1 in a comp game the other day. It was so entertaining. Jeff 1v1s go really, really fun. They are really fun to watch.
Control seized.
I keep missing my...
One of these weird keyhole things.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
May Khonshu show you mercy. Ah, there's better.
I could have saved that all. Jeff is just too adorable. He's my baby boy. He is. He must be protected at all the costs.
Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly show it who is in control.
Well, at least the
30 seconds before you attack.
Hawkeye wasted theirs too.
It's good to see you, Clint. I just wish it were under better circumstances.
We both know what we signed up for, Wanda.
But after all these years, you'd think we have finally put an end to this madness.
Honestly, I'm sort of glad we have it. I'm way too good at this to retire so soon.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, I'm 8-3. Hawkeye's 9-3. Moon Knight's 10-4. I don't know if I should switch or not. I have to get ready for my plans. Good luck with your games. I'll add you when I can so we can play together. Of course! I'm on console, so I don't think... Are you on console or PC? I forget.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
The moon haunts you!
I have both, plus pretty sure it's cross-platform. Quick play is, if you make it in my rank in comp though, it's no.
Willed it, spider. Blade him. Moon Knight's leaving hops all over the place. I'll patch the moon haunts you. Leave them to crush you. That fucking hurt.
That's
Sorry,
better.
no arms for you. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Usually you have to lead a target. Not with this arrow.
What rank are you? I am platinum. 1? I think. But yeah, you can have me. I'm always down to quick play. Quick play is where I usually practice characters, so.
Keep going.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. You can get there. I've seen your Venom play.
Miles away.
King the bad guy.
Jinx probably can too, just
That's better.
or she's gotta lay off on playing Payload Princess.
The moon haunts you. This is real firepower.
Okay.
Leave them to crush you.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I really don't think I'm platinum material. If I can make the platinum, anyone can make it to platinum.
Fate isn't sealed yet.
Okay, me and the Hawkeye are the same. Right now the Moon Knight is destroying me. I need to pick it up here.
That's better.
Love battlefield medicine.
My
Their
fate
team's
isn't
capture
sealed
progress
yet.
has passed the halfway point.
Don't stagger. Tell that to the Venom that slow walk for some reason. You're putting yourself. Not really. Really not.
Fantastic!
Armed and dangerous.
Chaos control.
The moon haunts you.
That's better.
Almost got it.
So it begins.
Fire from behind. Watch out.
Destroy these unks as soon as you see them.
I blew up a keyhole. Here's how you shoot.
This is real firepower.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
And Jeff won't die.
Did I?
Chasing this Jeff forever.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Khonshu cannot save you this. Feeling stronger already.
We got company.
Moon Knight's lead.
Control seized.
The moon haunts you.
Welcome.
22, 27, 26. Okay, have a great night. You as well, Suki. Enjoy.
Another epic victory.
He's farming aura, let him cook. I don't like farming aura in my comp game. Thank you.
Have fun, and they all deserve to be happy. If you're giving that to them, then I'll make
Forge Boo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Ba, 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 da. Good game, everyone. Ah, 9 final hits. That is probably one of my weaker Wanda games, honestly. I barely did more damage, or barely kept up with damage with the Hawkeye. Died way too many times. Like that one when Strange came in on me, I could have faced. That's alright, we won. That's what matters. That's what matters, I suppose. I feel so much pressure when I lock in DPS. Like, pre-lock before the bans. I don't know why. I just feel like I've become the insta-lock DPS, so I better live up to it. I better put out or shut up. There's a lot of shutting up going on. At the same time, I've done like 4.5 seasons of nothing but support. I feel like I've earned the right to insta-lock a DPS. I'm just saying.
Which hero do you think you want to be
I've
today?
paid my dues. It's like it's like wrestling. I paid my dues. I've been there.
You
It's
don't
my
have to be
turn.
a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Psycho Pink.
Now, who am I gonna
Fatality.
banish for this match?
Victim Blamer. What's this? Husk? I feel like Daredevil's the better. I don't think Penny can do much on this map, honestly. I'll bring you up Penny, that's fine. They can get rid of Penny. I want that Panther gone. Get rid of him. Or Groot. I'm fine with Groot. Groot's annoys me. Roots annoy me.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Wait, what happened to our Gambit? Gambit wasn't banned. What happened to our Gambit? I'm confuzzled. They pre-locked Gambit, right? I'm not going crazy.
Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly show it who is in control.
I'm not losing
30
it.
seconds before you attack.
Am I?
Get ready.
Am I losing it? It's already been gone.
That's a mighty big sword for such a young lady.
Can't lose it if you never had it.
It's my divine right to wield as the Queen of Limbo.
Well, if you happen to have another to spare, Your Majesty.
You want
Venom, 3 DPS, 2
conquer your own
supports.
demonic netherworld.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Punisher.
Anyone willing to help? Goodbye.
Khonshu cannot save you this time, Spectre.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
I gotta.
Made your last mistake. Battlefield ready again.
Double kill!
I should have gone for him instead of the healer. He was just standing there like an idiot. That was interesting gameplay for sure.
Send Khonshu my regrets.
His shield should do nicely.
Force my...
Here they come.
I got you covered. What am I? Invisible? Control C!
Sorry to ruin your fun, Khonshu. Success is ours.
Stay away from these things when they're levitating.
Armed and dangerous, dog!
Both healers were alive. So. And behind me. That was crazy.
Not done.
Yet that whole time, no help.
I suck. Come here and let me help. Control lost. Force burst. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Guys, dude is 7-1. I gotta put an end to this Moon Knight.
Reborn from the chaos.
Gotta put an end to the Moon Knight.
Haunts you.
They've almost got it. Control C. She's gonna be very angry for this.
Good. This works just like in Limbo.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Where are you?
Look, our next victims.
Some sort of enchanted object. Curious. Still got an
I phased! Yeah, no, I phased. That's bullshit.
Charge! I found one of our critics.
The moon haunts you.
Control lost.
It's clobbering time. Armed and dangerous.
Oh my god.
Armed and
Double KO. They're winning, but you've still got a chance. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
A shortcut through space. That's the last witch hunt Bill ever.
Well, that didn't work.
Judge, jury, executioner. Blaze of
I like the colors.
Reborn from the chaos. I'm Magik, and this is my soul sword.
Fucking off.
Double KO.
I am 4-7. This Conchu had my number.
Magneto raised me to never stop fighting for what I believe is right. You don't have to be a witch to find the magic.
Without 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The light force. With my light daggers and your soul sword, we can handle anything they throw our way.
Our foes would be wise not to underestimate us.
But they will. They always do. Just because we're young, pretty, and female.
Then let that be their final mistake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
We're putting a lot of pressure on Magik.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You don't know me.
Bring a little
A shame.
to your group.
But you will.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on that Magik. Only 1 DPS.
Our adversaries gather.
I'm hurt. I was worried.
Got the good. The moon.
Oh, well. Much for that. Oh my god. I didn't even hear him. How did I not hear that? That's, oh my god.
The Invisible Woman is here.
Again!
Moon Knight's Ankh, I presume? Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Disappear! They look like they mean business.
I am as dumb as might. I smoked. Trying to prove you weak.
Trying to help. Trying to help.
Got the good.
Control C.
Okay, they got the Moon Knight.
Just embrace the light.
Was but a scratch. Got a full deck. Out on sea. It's clobbering time!
My time to shine.
Judge, jury, executioner! The moon haunts you.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
I don't fear pain.
Control lost.
Living fear.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
It's best to destroy these onks if there is time. Timely aid.
I am barely harmed.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness.
My time to shine. Thanks.
Let's pop back
They've
up.
almost got it.
Us against the world.
The moon haunts you.
You'll have to keep fighting.
Oh my god.
Armed and dead.
Yet another loss on Cloak and Dagger's belt.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
What is that skin? Oh, that's the swimsuit recolor. I forgot that had a recolor. I forgot that had a recolor. I don't like it. It looks weird, not blonde. GG, I was Cloak on the other team. Good game.
Ruin that for them, then I'll make you pay.
Your Moon Knight was a horror. I hate him. I hate him so much. Did a great job.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I was the trash Wanda that was just not having the greatest of times, so I had to switch to Cloak and Dagger.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish
I hate
from
playing
this
against
match?
Moon Knight. I do too. Throw me up a few times. I escaped your ult. I was happy. When you blinded me, I was like, oh no, I'm gonna die. That was a rough one. Cloak needs like a shorter cooldown on the fade. I should be able to fade at all times. I'm just saying. I think every Cloak and Dagger main would agree with me. We should just be able to fade whenever we want. Oh, it's a skill thing. As long as your reflexes are good enough, then you could abuse it. If they're not, then yeah, you die. Yeah, because I had to fade away from you, and then Moon Knight threw an onk. I somehow survived that because I bubbled and got out of there. Just enough to get the fade. Yeah, I was on the run for my life. And then my team voting to surrender almost got me killed because I had to answer the vote while I was trying to run from things, so that was fun. Good times are had for all. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. But yeah, that was a fun game.
Round one.
Magneto raised me to never stop
Oh
fighting.
wait, am I gonna be healed again? I'm gonna be healed.
Get ready.
You don't have to be a witch.
Oh wait, no. Okay. Okay, we got heals. Alright, I'm just hopefully the next game is better. Good luck on your climbing. Flat Heffel is real. I'm aware.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You guys definitely feel that. Oh great, a Hawkeye.
Now, a disappearing.
There goes one.
Played by chaos.
Double KO.
Chaos always prevails.
Iron Man with 0 awareness. Awesome.
Better stop that vehicle. They made it happen.
Ah. That Iron Man has 0 awareness. Oh my god. I was trading him for so long. He's just like, da 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 da. I am Iron Man. Da 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 da. Nothing can hurt me up here. Oh, my health is draining. What's going on?
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Must be that new Stark Tech nanites. Malfunctioning. Draining his health.
Better stop that vehicle.
A winning hand!
Can I get a heal? Your DPS. Like,
Leave them to Khonshu!
Better stop that vehicle. They made it halfway. Stop them.
Simply magical.
Us against the world!
that freaking Iron Man. He flew right by the health pack. Did you see that, chat? He flew right by the health pack and it's like, I need heals. Oh my god, that is... Wow.
You are under my spell.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to
I'm
stop
gonna have to type in chat afterward and be like, Iron Man, it's not the heals that's your issue.
A disappearing. Ah, that's better.
Better stop that vehicle.
Anyone willing to help?
Maximum pulse!
Ah! That's why I wait for healing ults.
Reborn from the chaos.
That's why I wait for healing ults before I do anything.
Gambit never falls! Woo! I never miss!
Now or never. Stop them. I suck.
Goodbye.
Better stop that vehicle.
I am much better now.
Anyone willing to help?
Pulse charge, fire! That's what happens when you pick a fight with protons.
Now you do the same for me.
Enemy located.
Enemies on approach.
Oh, nice one, Hawkeye. Nice one, Hawkeye. What's this Hawkeye at? 14 and
My
1.
work here
Okay.
is not done.
You stop them in their tracks.
Us against the world!
It's the grand finale. A nice deep freeze. Shields up. I've got your back.
Video.
A little help, please.
You're not going anywhere.
Dr. Orton.
That was on me. I didn't even see the Hawkeye. I was too busy focusing on the Iron Man.
Don't give them another inch.
Never miss.
Shields up.
Fuck, there's no health back! There was no health back!
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Round 2.
I may be powered by chaos, but I'm trying to bring a bit of order to the universe.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I would, but our Scarlet can't get kills.
Well, look at you. Are you a superhero? What can you do? Okay, I'll let you show me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Gotta take out that Hawkeye.
1.
You are an unlikely hero, little rogue. Saving this universe and slaughtering our gods.
Feeling stronger already. This should help me heal. My fate isn't sealed yet.
Luna's down.
This should help me heal.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Might as well be made of pulse charge.
Run from the chaos.
A nice deep freeze.
Damn it, never calls!
Back up, back up, back up.
Now, a disappearing.
It's the grand finale. Chaos control.
The moon wants you!
Pulse
I
charge.
once decimated an entire species through an act of magic. I understand their hesitation better than any. Chaos always prevails. Ah, that's better. Sorry to ruin your fun, Punch.
Be careful over here. You're halfway there. Keep going. I'm hurt.
I should have gone below and dived. I'm just gonna farm this Iron Man. He's just so great. Like, he just ignores health packs constantly. It's awesome.
Against the world!
Only 60 seconds left. Let's form a supergroup. A nice deep freeze. I put you on ice.
Pulse
Down
charge.
to 30 seconds.
Hang with the pulse cannon.
Just what I need. Punch, you cannot save you this time, Spectre. Feeling stronger already.
The final 10 seconds. Almost there. Don't turn back now. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
A disappearing.
I am Groot!
Final score. 1, 2, 3.
Bots on my team. We have 21. 21 deaths. Bots on the team. 21 death. The fuck? No, I'm not adding him. Fuck off, game. 21 deaths. Bots on my team. I'm gonna feed alt like crazy. Bots on my team. Can you believe that? That's hilarious. Dog shit, Scarlet. 21 deaths. That's hilarious. Oh my god. It's not all about damage, sweetie. You gotta survive. You did have some decent ults, though. Give you that. But good game. But yeah. Work on your survival a little bit. You weren't as bad as their Iron Man. Their Iron Man was flying past health packs and pinging their healers. So, like... yeah. You're not that bad. But 21 deaths. Come on. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Are we just here? I feel like we were just here. Oh no, this is the Emperor Knight. Never mind.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Penny? What are we... we're defending. Okay. Fine, we'll ban the Penny. Wow, they didn't lock in a Gambit. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Flabbergasted am I, chat. Oh, we both banned Penny. Neither wants to deal with Penny. Ban Spidey. Actually, no. Why can't you change your vote? You should be able to change your vote. The timer's not up. You should be able to change your vote. Like, bam. Okay, wait. No, never mind. I meant to click here. I can counter Spidey. Black Panther's a pain in the ass, though.
You'll need a top-notch team to
I just
win
banned
this.
Penny and Emma. They just banned my 2 tanks. Banned my 2 tanks. I get a button? I get a button, chat. Could've used a button last game.
But I'm trying to bring a bit of order to the universe.
Play Gambit? Please don't play Gambit. Oh wait, no, actually no. Gambit with her ult is amazing. Never mind, play Gambit. I agree. I agree, play Gambit.
That's what I said in the Tower of Solitude. I know.
Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here.
Silence in the tower. But I can hear you loud and clear.
Da, da, da,
The battle starts in
da.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hope we get an Iron Man like that last game. That was crazy.
Securing the mission area.
Flying past health packs, never looking up.
Once I saved lives with a scalpel. Now I do it with a spell.
The enemy is here.
Panther. Luna.
Who will help? My shields are down.
Another point? No.
Sorcerer Supreme! Feeling stronger already. Goodbye.
Odin's beard. Thor!
Clear the way. This should help me heal. Ancient secrets revealed. So cool. A disappearing.
Ah, I couldn't face. I couldn't phase. I was stuck in the swirls. Go in there. Alright, there we go. Back up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. There you go. Are we gotta end this Panther? Panther gotta go. Interesting ult for sure. Okay, do it. Their spawn is right there. FYI. Just so you know. Their spawn is right there.
Look, here is an us against the world. Embrace the chaos.
Ah, I got him down to 1 if it wasn't for the Panther. No one respects the one-on-ones. I'm telling you. It's always like, oh, there's the one-on-one going on over there. I shall go assist. A DPS one-on-one is a sacred tradition.
Better stop that vehicle!
Yeah, nice try. Hi, how's it going? How's it going? I got no heals that entire time.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Oh, they got a Wanda too now? Wanda versus Wanda? Let's go.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle. Ancient secrets revealed. Oh my God! They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop that. Us against the world.
Needed that boost.
My work here is not done.
Panther's 14 in it. No one has killed that Panther. No one has killed that Panther. Told you we should have banned Panther.
Limitless magic.
Woo! Never miss.
I'm wounded. Better stop that vehicle.
We got company.
the eye of Agamotto!
I was out of phases I used to. I used one to dodge the bass. I used another to dodge straight.
Double KO! Don't give them another inch! Or else. Ancient secret revealed! The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Yeah, we've got to kill that panther.
You'll need a top-notch
Will not
team
allow
to win
a
this one.
15 and 0 panther to run around in my back line. What, Mantis? Mantis has 10 assists. Mantis is doing alright. I lost my button.
Consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again.
Eat me.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We sure have come a long way since we first joined the Avengers together. Way back.
I still don't understand why there's like stairs, but there's not a top exit.
But in my timeline,
There should be a top exit, like that window right there. Man.
If anyone could outrun the end of all that is, Wanda, it's your brother.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Knew I never should have gotten myself mixed up, Great Master. We got company. Got a good one.
To its destination.
Sacred forest.
A winning hand! It seems we have company.
Touching Mantis.
By the eye of Agamotto!
None of that.
Hate to break it to you, but Hawkeye is just a code name. But I bet my pal Sam loves to be your bird
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
You look like I could become vulnerable.
I disappear.
Shoot!
Disappear!
Fear Magneto!
You don't have to fight alone.
Wait for the team, wait for the team, wait for the team.
Just who Gambit would look for.
Under my spell.
Used to working in the dock, but this is something else.
That really helped.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Get that vehicle moving again!
Oh, win it, hand!
Ah, he finally got me.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Got you covered. Reborn from the chaos.
But we don't have another option.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, I need assistance. Chin up, friends.
That's better.
Used to working in the dock. This is something else.
Down to 30 seconds.
Damn it. With Mantis being an off healer, you would want to see more kills from them. Not a huge deal. They're just not getting much value. This is coming from a Mantis main.
Doctor Strange.
Get that vehicle moving again. The final 10 seconds.
I only got 2 with my reality eraser.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Feeling stronger already.
I got the Hawkeye.
I'm opening.
Final score 1, 2, 3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
And back to Platinum 2. Damn it. "13 accuracy on the Mantis? Yeah. Yeah, that one's kind of rough. Good game, everyone. Yeah, because her headshots refill her leaves, right? Yeah, that one was rough. He was keeping me up, though. I can't really I can't say GG no heals. I was getting healed. I was getting healed plenty. Anytime I was in her sight, she's like, bam, go get him.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Professor Crocker.
You don't
I'll lock in DPS. I'll swap if needed. I'll flex. I just really don't want to play tank.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Just not in a tanking mood. First off, Panther's going. Getting rid of that Panther. Or not. And Spider-Man? Alright, but they have a Panther. Scream. I'm gonna be a screaming Scarlet. There's gonna be some screamings. Especially in these dang close play. This is hell yeah, you ban Panther. Give a little AoE spear. We know it's a good ban.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Especially if, you know, teammates ignore onks. What? The onk kills my team? Nah, it's fine. I will leave it here. It is a national monument. Very sacred ground is the onk. Cannot be touched. Must walk up to it, and you must pray. And if you do not pray, you will drop dead right in front of it. Crazy. Sometimes even if you pray, you'll drop dead right in front of it. The onk is a picky god. What can I say?
Before you attack, get ready.
I was born ready.
Hi, Miss Frost. I just wanted to tell you that Tippy Toe is a huge fan.
Your rodent is a fan. How unexpected.
Why can't I hurt you?
Says she likes the way you sparkle.
There we go.
And I can see why.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Bum, 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 ba, da,
Be
bum.
the best man I can be for the new Mrs. LeBeau.
You, Mrs. LeBeau. I'm so happy for them.
Here they come.
Oh, great. Iron Man. Is that an Iron Man I hear?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area!
We're gonna, and no healers. We're gonna push in? Okay. Sure, why not?
Feeling stronger already. Control seized! You're not going anywhere. Double KO! Control lost!
This area is ours for the taking. Another unsuspecting foe.
I'm ready. Chaos control!
Still got an edge.
My friends are here!
They found my weak spot.
Co-op time! Feeling stronger already. Disappear!
I was trying to stop that. Shit.
They've almost got it!
How we let a Gambit run us down? That's crazy. Look at this suicidal Gambit.
Reborn from the chaos.
Oh, that's City Boy? That's City Boy from last game. So what, now he can play Gambit? Oh wait, no. That And he played Gambit last game. Like, not doing so well. Suicidal Gambit running it down. You could tell he's not a support
No reason
mid.
to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I'm support. Let me frontline. Right in front of everyone. Let's go. Oh no, we're not surrendering. Fuck off.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Never surrender. Never say die.
See someone with powers like yours, I think, wow.
3 healers or 1 more tank?
Don't compare.
Why would we need...
You just spread
There's
your
2 tanks. There's 2 tanks. Why would you need 1 more tank? Why would you 3 tank?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do
Press
is capture
tanks.
the mission area. Got it?
No, we're not surrendering. Go away.
Serious ancient evil lurking behind the walls
Annoying.
here. We need to
I hate that. I hate that feature. It's stupid. Is that your bad portal? That is your bad portal. Yep. Whole team about to die. Come on.
Nobody can stand
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Ancient secrets revealed.
The mission area is yours.
Still got an edge.
I'm ready to unleash my mystic power.
Disappear! This was inevitable. Chaos always prevails.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Disappearing act. You might want to look over here. Limitless magic.
Ah. I gotta take out that storm. That storm's gotta go. And is that the team? Yep, that was the team.
Control lost.
Played in there, tried. He trying. He trying. What is this place, anyways? Wait, is there something down here? Oh.
Still got an edge.
Oh my god, I never knew about that.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Control seized.
Now, a disappearing act.
I never knew about that, chat. Did you all know? I did not know that goes around like that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
watched entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again.
Heart of a hero. You interrupt my emote.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Gaze on her. The queen. Honestly, this is like the best outfit in the game. For anybody. Even the pink magic. This is best outfit. There might be a bias, because I like the little cosmic design it has. Like, you can see the stars and the galaxies and things like that. So, like, there's a clear bias here. But I fucking love this outfit.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm a sucker for, like, anything with, like, a galaxy theme to it. Little spacey stuffs. I like it.
Now, a disappearing.
Our enemies are near.
And there's that.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. To capture the mission area.
That really helped.
I will crush them all.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Didn't even get to contribute to that battle yet. Getting in place.
Co-op time.
They all got slaughtered.
Fear Magneto!
Heads up, hostiles.
Limitless control seized.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Goodbye. That's better.
This bitch. Oh, I got cut off. The wall closed. Like, the whole team was there with me. What the hell? I forgot about the wall closing.
I'm doing this my way. Never
Control lost.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Dr. Strange is
That's better.
gone. Our team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Did he really go in there and just solo all? Was that the idea there?
Double KO. That's 3.
Give me something, Father.
Control seized.
Now you do the same for me, we. No time for a this feels empty. We still gotta work. It's somehow dangerous.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Turrets low. I'm
Stronger already.
Our enemies are near.
Another unsuspecting foe.
Oh, now they got Hawkeye, huh? Now they went Hawkeye, huh?
Here's what the doctor ordered.
What is with that crosshair? That's crazy. It looks like a Pokeball.
Enemy inbound.
Hawkeye's got the Master Ball.
Control lost. They've almost got it.
Face, but okay.
This should help me heal. Sorcerer Supreme!
Kill them. Woo! I never miss.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my god. That was a terrible ult.
Reborn from the chaos.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That's better.
This feels empty.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Yeah, we ain't getting through there. We ain't getting through there. It not happening. Look at the heels. Was he the— yeah, that poor Sue. That poor Sue deserves the MVP. That was terrible. That poor Sue was doing all the heavy lifting. Was terrible. That's my issue with Gambits. Bum, 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 bum. I'm a Fortnite Kill Bill character out. You see it in theaters. 12. Wait, wasn't Kill Bill like an old movie? That's that one with the girl in the yellow jumpsuit and then the katana, right? You're still alive? Damn, I am. I am live and suffering.
You don't have to be a witch.
Oh, I
to
haven't
find
seen a
magic
Lord
in this
Daredevil.
world, but it does help.
Why do people show off their lords? I always find that funny. They're like flex their lords. Like, oh, look at me. Why are we banning Jeff? Why are we banning Best Boy? How dare you? No, I'm gonna vote Penny. Don't you dare ban Jeff. What'd Jeff do? How'd Rocket do? I don't want to rank up anymore. The queue is so long. I feel this. I feel this. Ooh, ranked? Yeah, I thought I'd try some ranked. I'm not doing so well on Scarlet today.
To win this one.
Wait, wasn't that the one that voted to ban Jeff? Not going crazy. That's the one that voted, right? To ban the Jeff? Why vote ban Jeff then? If you are Jeff. Did he accidentally try? Maybe? Oh no, it confuzzles me. They're so confuzzling sometimes.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your idealism refreshes a battered old soul.
God, I love this outfit.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki shall prevail.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Some call me arrogant. Mostly they're jealous.
We must and shall save the world, Tree.
Feeling stronger already.
Destroy these unks as soon as you see them.
I love how the characters even tell you, destroy these onks as soon as you see them, and yet every single game people will still ignore things. The character themselves is saying, hey, destroy this, it's bad. You bring me an Iron Man?
Let's do it.
Now, a disappearing.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Tag the foe. Hunt them.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
I have tagged a foe. Hunt them.
Please, we're hurt.
Right there. That did the trick.
Here is our escort unit.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Double KO.
Sorry, you chose the wrong side.
Ancient secrets revealed.
Nobody can stand up against
Very much said enough.
Scarlet Witch.
You need to teach me that stuff, Steven.
Ah, I got slowed. Moon Knight does so much damage. He really does. That's a very big chatter. What's he saying?
Keep going.
Any girls in the match? Well, you got a problem. I didn't see anything after that.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
But yeah, even the game is like, hey, when you see these, destroy them.
Let's do it. I'm doing this my way. Damn it, never fall!
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
That was a play. The play for sure. That's what that was. That was
Ancient secrets revealed.
Goodbye.
Enemy in front of us.
You ever run out of these all?
I unleash the
Double KO. That's 3. You got them all. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh, this is the part where I payload Princess, right? You brought me an iron? Ah, Moon Knight. I see you. Okay. Alright, that's fine. What do we got? We have Cloak and Dagger. Have their ult.
Time to work some magic.
Strange, you should have ported us. You ported us on point. Cloak and Dagger, pop ult. Bam. Done.
Nothing here. Suspicious.
Goodbye. Get ready. Here comes the backup.
Maximum pulse!
This was inevitable.
Double KO!
Feeling stronger.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top
I love when
team
they
to
feed
win
me
this
Iron
Don't
Mins.
have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Feed me mores. I only got 2 with that one. Very sad. On with the block.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
Don't let that thing roll another inch.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
Why are you portaling?
I have done that, Wanda. I can assure you we most
Don't do that. Come on.
Goodbye.
The
This
battle
is
starts in
plat.
5,
There's no way that
4,
works.
3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
And so it begins. Now, a disappearing.
Destroy these unks as soon as you see them. Better stop that vehicle. Limitless magic.
My armor's got a lock on a bogey.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
I got too far. Went too close, got too deep. Too deep, too soon. I wanted that
Make
Luna.
the same mistakes again.
I saw the Luna and she was like, she's mine. She's mine. Get out of there. Get out of there. All of you, get out of there.
Stop that vehicle.
Jeffrey? There you go, little Jeffrey. There you go. He's a good boy. Look at you. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Feeling stronger already.
Ancient secrets revealed.
The moon haunts you!
Ready to put on a show.
Pulse charge. Fire. Nobody.
Now, a disappearing.
Doctor Strange.
But did I not have it? Push him back. Push him back. Way back. Push him back. Send him back. Way back. Damn, that's crazy. I out Hawkeye'd Hawkeye. That's insanity. That's insanity. Insanity.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, they only have one. Wow. Their team's throwing.
Sorry.
Yeah, none of that. Sorry. None of that. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll admit, I enjoyed
Down to
that.
30 seconds.
We need to hold on.
Dagger. Double KO. The final 10 seconds.
Maximum pulse!
None of that.
Ancient secrets revealed. Co-op time. Final score: 3-2-0.
That's more like it. That's the Wanda we know and love. How did I not get it? 20. I have way more damage. Like, come on. I was in beast mode. We were demonists the entire time. Succubus even. Oh, not team. Good game, everyone. We're in succubus mode. Hey, look at that. Come on. Where's my MVP? I got the triple. I got 20 final hits. Got the most damage. Near the least amount of deaths. Like, come on. Come on. Strange did get that block on the Iron Man ult, though. I'll give him that. Really good block. It saved me from my ult. So, I guess I'll give him my MVP. Ba, ba, ba. I'm gonna take a break, use the restroom, get something to drink, then we shall continue. If anyone wants to join, feel free. We can do some quick match. If not, I'll keep doing some comp. Entirely up to you. I'll be right back. All right, we is back. All right. So, did anyone want to join quick play, or do I continue with comp? I'm good either way. What's our record right now? Oh, backsies, Anky. How we looking? Probably not too good. We had we had a loss streak. One. We've had 2 victories today. Two. A whole 2. Dos. Dr. Pepper.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Good Usopp. I can't play against good Usopp. I can only play against bad Usopp. My little brony. Really? Really? That's strange.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? Pick your hero.
Got rid of the squirrels, the devil.
Judging.
Make up your mind. If you're not gonna be support, I'll swap. Good. Okay.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic.
Button, who's got the button? I got the
30
button.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between 2 dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
I have done that, Wanda. I can assure you, we most certainly...
I'm gonna start opening every single comp match with, have you heard of our Lord and Savior, Monkey D. Luffy?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You think this is a challenge? Try raising 2 superpowered kids.
What is it with like everyone that like destroys everything along the way? What's the issue here?
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Always the damn Moon Knights. What do they have? Ultron, Gambit, Triple Heal.
They captured the mission area.
Team Triple Heal. It's triple heal, chat. Triple heal.
Fantastic!
Limitless magic! This should help me heal. You are under my spell. A mystical token.
Damn it, never fall!
Shields up! Feeling stronger.
By the eye of Agamotto, the moon is station!
They're probably more.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Sorcerer Supreme!
Every arc will be destroyed.
This is real fire!
Fire!
They've almost got it! Triple KO! That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row! Wow, that's amazing! Control C! Yes! 1, 6 in a row! Way to go!
Got the Hexa! Let's go, chat! Oh, with the Hexa! Hexa, mommy.
Destroy these arcs where you find them.
Get right, Sorcerer Supreme!
Fantastic! Ha ha!
We must hold
Ha
on.
ha!
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
You're not going anywhere.
Control lost!
Really? You deactivate the team up? Really?
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Pulse charge.
The moon haunts you!
Maximum pulse.
Reborn from the chaos. Moon Knight's mysticism was no match for mine.
They sure got the numbers on us.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic. Unless you give me one.
Right? Unless you give me one. Where's her sit? Doesn't have a sit. It's very sad.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Did you just take away my team up? Did you just take away my team up? And then gave it back to... I'm so confused. The whiplash here. The whiplash. Just back and forth. No team up for you. Okay, here's your team up. No team up for you. Here's your team up. No team up for you. Here's your team up.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
That's crazy.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, personally, I think one doom is way more than enough. Am I right? Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
Sorcerer Supreme! Feeling stronger already.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Almost done.
Chaos!
Bitch.
Pardonnez-moi. You know you had that coming. Mon Dieu, that hurt.
Feeling
Enemy
stronger
ahead.
already.
Prepare to engage.
Well, who's next?
Eat elements, jerks!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Nothing here. Suspicious.
Sorcerer Supreme!
Damn it, never fall!
Together to victory!
Oh, win it, man!
Moon Knight's mysticism was no match for mine.
No way we are gonna win.
Control lost.
Where the hell are the health packs?
Feeling stronger already.
Limitless magic!
Fantastic!
Now, a disappearing.
By the eye of Agamotto, the moon haunts you!
One couldn't win without.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Sorry, I could not see.
Ah. Steve, what the hell?
Predictable outcome.
Double KO.
Our fate isn't sealed yet.
Steve, you kind of screwed me, man. Kind of screwed me a little there, Steve.
Every mystical artifact of some sort.
We got Wanda, we got...
Ox gone.
They've almost got it.
Oh, win it, man! Damn it, never fall!
They're winning, but you still got a chance.
What a pair we made.
This is real firepower!
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Together to victory!
Let's say we're around the rosy with the frickin' fantastic. Hilarious.
My work here is not done.
Doing what he does best.
Fantastic!
Sorcerer Supreme!
Oh! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha! Ha ha!
Look who we got here.
Control seized.
Oh my god. Why are you throwing at me? I felt personal. Like everyone else there, and he said, I'm gonna dunk on that Wanda.
My work here is not done.
I see how it is. That's fine. That's fine.
This is real firepower!
Sorcerer Supreme!
Pulse charge, fire! Together to victory! They hit real hard. You're on the run.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Feeling stronger already.
Let's go! And I has ult again.
I have made my share of mistakes, but I am fighting every day to make amends.
Ah! Fighting for our lives out here, chat. Fighting for our lives.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Can't believe Cap just left me like that. Like, he saw me. He ran by me. He's like, hey, we could double team this fantastic. Instead, he's like, no, it's your problem now.
Than you and me.
I like your optimism.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Fantastic
When
has
will
killed me
these
way
mad
too many
men
times.
learn that reality isn't their plaything?
You think they switch it up or do they stay the same?
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
We got a Strange.
Ancient secrets revealed. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Mission area is yours.
We've won the battle, but the war's not over yet.
Double KO.
I hope you can forgive me someday, Father. Now, a disappearance.
Sorcerer Supreme!
Feeling stronger already.
Enemy in front of us. Pulse charge, fire!
Damn it, never moves! This is real firepower!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Now, a disappearance. And so it begins. Goodbye for now.
That's their cloak and dagger.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
You need to teach me that spell, Stephen.
Control seized.
They got a stew now.
Success is ours.
I'm gonna test something real quick. Hold on. I hate this.
The Vishanti guide us to retreat.
Yeah, I don't know if I dropped fast enough.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Hey, hitting real hard. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
But I'm impressed.
Ancient secrets revealed.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
I'm gonna have to run that map with Wanda in quick match because I want to see if that's viable. Because you can teleport while you're ulting, right? I really wish there was a way to actually like practice the levels. You could like get used to the designs and that. Like if they change the practice mode to where it's like the different areas that you're at. Be that beautiful quad. Or Hexa. Oh. It's so pretty. It's a pretty little Hexa. It's a pretty little Hexa. Shut up. I don't want my number then? Alright, hold on. We're gonna save this replay. I'm gonna turn this in for glazing. This gonna be my glaze game. How do you save a replay? Glaze. Save. And Blaze. Yes, I did. Okay. Rank up. Back to plat. Back to plat 1. Let's go. It still shows you're online. You might want to like get on and log off. It still shows you online. It lies to us. Why does it lie to us, chat? Why?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Groot? Moon Knight? I'm definitely behind the Panther Band. 100%. 100%. Does it show that anyone that's online on PS5? It doesn't though. I have other friends who are on PlayStation and it's not, they're not showing online.
You'll need a top-notch
It's
team to
just
win this
you.
one.
Oh! Back-to-back games with a button? Oh, you beautiful, beautiful people today. They're giving me the button. They're giving me a button. Oh,
But I will gladly
the
show
pretty,
it to
pretty
us in
button.
control.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Look
ready.
at the button, chat. Look at it. It's so pretty.
Even the astral realms are torn apart by the time stream entanglement.
Who better to put them back together than you and me?
I like your optimism.
Da 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 da.
Now, a disappearing act.
The battle starts in 5.
Why? Why?
4,
High ground's
3,
good, you know.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Looks like rest and relaxation ain't in the cards no more.
We got.
Ah, got me good.
Our enemies are near.
Feeling stronger already.
Disappear!
You're not going anywhere.
Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto!
Bring on the chaos.
Feeling stronger already.
Do 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 do.
Sorcerer Supreme!
got me. I was too busy focused on the Wanda. They got me. Too focused on the Wanda. That was an amazing play. Good job. Wiped the whole team. Damn. My favorite spot to hold, too. Oh, well.
Ancient secrets revealed. We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That's better. You have my your tail ends here.
Double KO.
How dare you waste my time?
Goodbye.
That was on me. I forgot that was their spawn.
Chaos. My work here is not done.
I forgot that was their spawn. That was dumb.
A man named Castle becomes a turret.
Limitless magic. Feeling stronger already.
Better stop that vehicle. Separated halfway. Stop them.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Disappear.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Under my sword.
This should help me heal.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Judge, jury, executioner.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Goodbye.
Better stop that vehicle.
My fate isn't sealed yet.
We are undefeatable.
Pleasure to announce to this lovely room. New faces.
Now, a disappear.
One could be more cheerful.
Double KO.
Vega, thank you for the raid.
Ring the bells to usher in who breaks down.
Just what I need. Feeling stronger already.
Be right with you. Busy trying to survive here.
Under my spell.
Only 60 seconds left.
Judge, jury, that. Anyway, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
How was this stream? Hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully your vibe's going well. For those that don't know, I am Suki is okay. VTuber superhero. And like bronze level Marvel Rivals player. I stream a variety of things. So sorry for not responding right away. It's been tough. The grind has been real.
Round 2, go!
I've made my share of mistakes.
I'm in flat hell right now. It's just, it's not pretty. It's terrible. I'm working. I'm trying.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They keep taking my button though. They're starting to piss me off.
Do you have a problem
Like, give me a
with
button.
I should know
Why do you never give me a button? Give me a button. Give me my button. I'll be just fine. But no. No.
That blood is not
They take
on
it away.
my hands. And yet there you are, bathed in
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Could I please just pay to win this one? I have the funds.
What is he shooting at already?
That's better.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
This should help me heal.
We are undefeated.
Got the Punisher off.
Anyone willing to help? I need assistance.
But that Wanda saw me.
My work here is not done.
You got our Loki.
A few too many foes for our tastes. Our friend Frank has a new toy.
This deserves your attention.
That's better.
Your god is suffering.
The Punisher has set up a turret. Take cover.
You belong to me!
Damn it. She's got a button. I don't have the button.
I won't make the same mistakes again. Be right back.
Only 60 seconds
Behold
left.
the God of Thunder!
Too bad, Emma. I was just starting to tolerate you. Turn it
We are undefeated!
Embrace the chaos.
Just who I was looking for. I am finished!
So it begins.
Double KO!
That did the trick.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Executioner!
Co-op time! Help get that vehicle to its destination.
We get it? Okay, we got it. Nice.
The end has come, but just for you. Follow this enemy. An opportunity for combat.
That Thor was that was a Thor. Yeah, Thor be Thorin.
By the eye of
Get.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Our foes have found us. Simply magical.
Only 60 seconds left.
A little help, please. Reborn from the chaos.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Us against the world.
Your fate is sealed.
Double kill.
Their Sue just got their Thor wrecked.
Executioner!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. There. Don't turn back now.
Behold the god of thunder!
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Let's go.
Mistakes again.
I am like going toe to toe with this Wanda. It's crazy. Also, this Punisher is just like beating his little brains out.
Only 60 seconds left.
This should help me heal.
Disappear! That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
The turret is dangerous. No more hiding, Punisher.
Ah!
King T'Challa wants the statue. We will deliver. You're not going anywhere.
Bring on the chaos.
Final score 3-2-2.
Let's go.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Platinum 1 again! Let's go! Why y'all heals think they DPS? Yeah, that's true. They were frontlining like crazy. Punisher was feeding his little brains out though, like. Wait, does our cloak? No, our cloak only has 14,000. Loki, not wait. Oh my god! Yeah, no, damage blocked. That's... Well, for Sue it makes sense, because she's using her shield all over the place. Like, yeah, that's a hefty amount of damage blocked, my god. Tanky heals. They said, look at my block. I did good. Look at my block stat. Got back to Plat 1. Do we stop here? Do we stop here or do we keep going? Do we try and reach Diamond today? We started the stream at Plat 1 though. We had to fight back to it. I don't want to drop again. Marvel Championship. Sign-ups available.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find
At
magic in this world.
Astrophy. That is an awesome name. Jinxed Pearl. That's very awesome. I like Catastrophe. That's great.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
His great name. Let's see here. I'm getting rid of the fucking squirrels. Fucking corridors are a nightmare with them. Alright, Moon Knight and Daredevil, I can deal. Enter. Why Ange? You're a Groot. Why are you fearing an Ange? You can't be CC'd.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone give me a button. Give me a button. Need hero Phoenix? For Reed? Strange. Give me Strange. Give me Strange. Curse you. You did that on purpose. Catastrophe! I'm watching you. You did that on purpose. You know I hate the squirrels. You said I'm gonna be the squirrel girl.
Endless possibilities, but only
You know what you
it
did.
survives this chaos.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I bet an army of squirrels would make fantastic teams. You can steal anything.
Oh, but I wouldn't. And I'm a hero, and stealing is bad. Right?
That depends on what you're stealing and who you're stealing it from, Shin.
No.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, maybe a
All you
lip.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Gotta be the best man I can be for the new Mrs. LeBron. They hit real hard.
Anyone willing to help? Under my spell. Oh, look who I
Feeling stronger already.
I'll do my best to carry on, Lee.
I am crying!
They look like they mean business.
Kill this fucking door.
Us against the world.
Help, please.
That's better. You're not going anywhere. A disappearing act. Break the chaos.
Look who we got here.
Anyone willing to help?
We wiped one Groot with the ult. We had the ult to wipe Groot.
I won't make the same mistakes
Ridiculous.
again.
Give me my button.
Behold the god of thunder!
Simply magical. Feeling stronger already.
Tandy needs help.
Only 60 seconds left.
Simply magical.
Nice ult by
Down to 30 seconds.
nice ult by the Gambit. Suki is my favorite Suki. How's Suki doing? Choice.
Feeling stronger already.
But like, people do know that this is your spawn, right? Like, they're aware?
Us against the world.
My Luna made me become a wall. I blocked 32k damage. My Luna healed me for 32k. I was keeping them at base so hard. That's crazy.
Get that vehicle moving again! The final 10 seconds! Please, we're us against the wall! Keep fighting until we have a winner! Feeling stronger already. My friends are here! Well, who's next?
Ah, I hit the rock.
Almost there! Don't turn back now!
Ah! Like it was crazy, they pushed the payload about halfway after I died. I came back and pushed them all the way back to their spawn.
The current
That's
score
crazy.
is 1, 2, 0.
Oh, we had a lever!
Time
That's
to
why I
switch
got so
things
rough.
up,
We had a
including which
lever.
side you're on.
Lever.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in
I always
this
find
world.
it funny when people hold at that point. It's ridiculous because like this is the spawn. You can just sit and spawn, and I could just farm ult while you're trying to quote unquote spawn lock us. Like, come on. Y'all so dumb.
Round 2, go!
Magneto raised me to never stop fighting for what I believe is right.
I would say silly, but no, that's just dumb. Like, we're gonna hold the point right here. We're gonna hold the point.
30
Like,
seconds
seriously,
before you
alright.
attack. Get ready.
This is the spot.
The time has come to call on ancient
We're gonna
forces
stop
to
the
aid
point
us
right
in this
here.
battle.
Several times
The
people have
spells
done
I
that.
have
They're like, we're gonna
mastered
stop
are
the
not
point
for
right
monsters.
here. And I'll just sit there
They
and
are
camp in
fueled
spawn
by
and be like,
pure
okay.
chaos.
And then just farm it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's just so silly.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Oh. There's a wall here. That is a good place to hide that. What a nice play, Bruce.
You're not going anywhere.
Always glad to help.
The God of Thunder!
Double KO. My friends are here.
They're coming up ahead.
Stay too long.
You're hurt, My time to shine.
Stay too long.
Born from the chaos.
Let them on that point. I don't have ult. Can't shut it down. I don't have ult. I thought I could touch.
Reborn you need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Ready to help.
Thought I could touch. Gotta hold him here. Let them get under. Get to the choke point. Don't hold them there. Don't let them farm out off you. Oh my god. This is why I ban squirrels. This is why.
Reborn from the chaos.
This is why we ban these squirrels.
Now, a disappearing.
Win in hand! Gambit never falls!
We got trouble.
Beholds the god of thunder!
My work here is not done.
They hit real hard.
Oh, they got it.
Score 1, 2,
Yep.
2.
They got it.
Well, you can't.
We had a lever. Who left? Wasn't a DPS. Who left? Left. R. Reed left. Bow, bow, bow. One day I'll get good enough on Magik to actually break her out in ranked. It's gonna happen, I'm telling you. I'll become a Magik main.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are
I
hope
can fill.
and fear. Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I just got called a bad girl, like in a fun way, or asked my friend if I could have a shot. They said yes. I said bet. Let me get my. Why are we banning Cloak and Dagger? Are you fucking serious? What is this, bronze? Never been a bad girl in my life. Shut up, Kitra.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging. can harm. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We fight today not
I'm just
just
not
for
good
our
at
mutual
listening.
brothers and sisters, but for all sentient life.
Charles would be proud, Eric. You've come so far.
Huh?
As have you, my dear. Perhaps further than any of us could ever hope to fathom.
The battle starts in 5.
You never ban a teammate's
3,
person.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Intruders detected. He's out there, alone. And I really need
Well, MVP. You didn't lock VP. If you locked VP, I wouldn't have suggested a ban on him.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Just embrace the light. So cold.
Never fall!
Fire mode. Disappear.
Shit.
My time to shine. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
That was too weak.
Still here.
My whole team just watched him cap me in the back like that. They just said, yeah, get her again. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining about getting back shots from Blade, okay? Like, far from it.
Alright, Ty. Now we really is almost yours. Control lost.
Just the boost I need. Yelled at her.
Distance restoring.
Never fall! A winning hand! Behold the god of thunder!
Disappear! Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Hold still. I'm trying to help. Like mine. My time to shine.
Damn it! Almost had it again. I was stunned when I heard back shots. Yeah, I took a back shot from Blade.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. It helps me see the
Almost
darkness
had ult
and
again.
face it.
Before you attack. Get ready.
Step aside, Archer. You are out of your league.
That's what Tony used to say to me back in the day. Guess who's still an Avenger?
What good can a mere arrow possibly do in a war of this scale?
Ask Achilles.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Don't want to lose this fight, but losing Rogue is what I'm most worried about.
Rather have Angela back shots? Those two.
We got company. Needed that boost. David never falls! They hitting real hard.
You owe me one.
Tony needs help. I become Homer.
My turn to shine. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Here's how it's done.
Our enemy has been destroyed.
Capture the mission area.
Appreciate you. Us against the world. Here! Fight me. You fight the dark force. Come on, man.
My turn to shine.
Needed that boost.
It's spider time!
God's might!
I am Venus! Glad to help. There you are.
1,000 gods! Kill that
Fear Magneto!
A boom of light. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
A force field.
Battle Fury burn! 'Twas but the spring.
So cold.
Ooh-wee! That hit the spot.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Fantastic!
What the hell hit me? Oh, okay. Dude did a thing, pulled everyone in.
I'm opening a portal.
Like, what the hell? I couldn't move. Like, I got fucking vortexed in.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That was a rough one. I think we're gonna fall back into flat 2. I don't think we're making diamond today. God, this skin is so good. I want to dress up. I want to cosplay this. Or at least buy the top. I want the top. Top is cute.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I could get behind the Daredevil ban. Let the devil pout. Ban in the pen. Ban in the penny? And Black Panther? I can get behind that.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the
I was gonna try Gambit, but I'm not gonna try Gambit for the first time ever in ranked. We're not doing that.
Round one, go!
There's always a spark of light in darkness.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Like, I can try Gambit. I'm not gonna try a character the first time in ranked. I'm not gonna be that person.
Nanotubes a while back. Copper wire is all I need to strangle you, should I choose to do so. Oh yeah, right. Remind me whose side you're on.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Underneath my caustic exterior, I'm still pretty caustic. Enemies on approach.
Ooh, wait, that hit the spot. Oh, that's the stuff. Much better. Lights out.
My time to shine. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
That's better.
Doctor Strange is gone?
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Well, this one's gonna be a wash.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
I am strengthened for battle.
Better stop that vehicle.
My time to shine.
Seems we have company. That's time to start.
Win it! Hey!
Ah.
Double kill! 3! My time to shine. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle! Hold still, I'm trying to help.
That's disgusting. Do your worst.
My time to shine.
Alright, that feels better.
Behold the god of thunder!
It's now or never. Stop them! My time to shine.
Leave them to crush you like I'm so forgetting.
Aw, it's nap time.
I suppose that helps.
Lights out. Vivid fear. Feel the wrath of the goddess! Us against the world. Appreciate the boost. Town of me. Us against the world.
My time to shine. Don't give them another inch.
Woo! I never miss. Lights out.
My time to shine. Better stop that vehicle. Please, we're hurt. You belong to me. My time to shine.
I suppose that helps.
Let's help.
You might want to look over here. This deserves your attention.
You stop them in their tracks.
Crashing.
Damn, that's crazy. Look who held the frickin' point.
Tippy Toe spotted bad guys. There they are.
Ooh, a touch of healing. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Feeling better already.
Disappear!
Behold the god of thunder!
They finally got me.
Behold the god of thunder! Mine enemy.
The light always comes back.
Get on the point, get on the point. Get on the point. I can't do it again.
The current score is 0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Know why they took my cloak and dagger, but whatever. I'm ace, but sure. Yeah, kick me off cloak and dagger. Okay, that's fine.
Round
Whatever.
2, go!
Magneto raised me to never stop fighting for what I believe is right.
Ranked makes no sense sometimes. I don't get. I don't get it, chat. It's
30
so
seconds
weird.
Before you attack, get ready.
Hey, this person's ace. This person is 11 and 1, or I'm sorry, 11 and 2 on cloak and dagger.
I mean, how can I compare?
Don't compare.
Let's kick her off.
You just spread your light.
My
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
with my
Of all the possible realities,
Uh,
this is not the one I expected to
There
find
ain't
myself
nothing
in.
I can't fix.
I can't. I just can't.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Tandy needs help.
Ah, that's better.
Got the storm.
You're quite welcome. I still need you. Watch this spot. Follow the enemy.
Who is supreme now, Stephen? Enemy ahead of us.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Hawkeye has ult.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Hawkeye is 25 and 6. Okay, yeah, I gotta shut down Hawkeye.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Never miss. You guys ready to overthrow a king? Let's do this. Bring on the chaos.
Tandy needs help.
Breaks the cage.
Ah, I got the Hawkeye down to 1.
Double KO.
Reborn from the chaos.
Now Hulk mad!
Almost there. Don't turn back now. The sooner we deliver it, the better.
I can heal you. Us against the world. Enjoy the amplifier.
Behold the god of thunder! By the eye of Agamotto!
Fuck.
Weasel his way out.
This should help me heal. And so it begins. Goodbye.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Such destructive power. I won't make the same mistakes again.
Doc Rocket is in the office. You guys ready to overthrow a king? Let's do this.
Be right back.
Got both your heals. Don't care. Got both your heals. You has no heals. Oh, you got our heal. You got our Loki. Alright, we got him off of Hawkeye. Now we just gotta get that storm.
When we work together. The current score is 3-2-3. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Come on, Hulk. Give us a strange. Give us a strange.
Round 3, go!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic.
Give us a strange.
Before you
I
attack.
can eat
Get
Storm
ready.
alive. Give me a strange.
With my light daggers
Do
and
it,
Ursul's
do
sword,
it,
we
do
can
it,
handle
do
anything
it.
they throw our way.
Our foes would be wise not to underestimate us.
But they will. They always do. Just because we're young, pretty, and female.
Then let that be their final mistake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, look, the team learned their lesson. All right.
Feeling stronger already.
Don't mind me. You'll just die You're welcome.
Down to 30 seconds.
Get in there.
Thank you for ignoring me, Dagger. Right.
Double KO.
Reborn from the chaos.
The final 10 seconds.
Now, a disappearing.
The current score is 3.
We lose.
Including which side you're on.
They're gonna port on port and we lose.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Gotta break out the magic, chat. Make or break play. The magic. We have to hold them for 1 minute and 5 seconds. And we cannot let them touch point at all, because we didn't even get 1 tick on the bar.
You will always have a place on
With you, perhaps. But your fellow mutants may not be as welcoming.
Give them a chance to know the truth, and they will see the error of their ways.
If you knew who I have become, Father, you might
The
not
battle
be so
starts in
certain.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You mean they might portal? They are going to
Only
portal.
60 seconds left.
Here's where they've been hiding out. A mystical portal.
Down to 30 seconds.
Someone scratch my back. Our victory is nearly at hand. This portal must be destroyed.
Ah! Doing two. They lost both healers. They lost both heals. Hurry up, get over there. Get her!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, now you go strange. Are you?
3, 2, 4.
Whatever. Whatever. Now you go strange.
Well, you can't.
You had a Magik and a Wanda tearing it up. And then you're like, oh, now I'll go strange. And back to plateau. Good game, everyone. 3 and 10, 42 and 12. Got the triple. She got way more damage than I did. I gotta up my damage. I got to be more of a menace. I got to be more of a menace. Wait, how's this week already 700? This is Monday. Didn't the week, like, just start?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm not locking in Wanda anymore. I'll be whatever. I don't care. If we fall, we fall.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
More, so they're gonna have dive.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Round
Light
one,
can heal
go!
and light can harm. Same with me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We've been fighting crime since we were teenagers.
Hey, that's my line.
Your attacks are futile.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The Fantastic Four is my family. They mean more to me than anything.
Our adversaries gather.
Track this enemy.
Watch this place burn.
So much for Moon Knight's off. My time to shine.
Eyes over here, s'il vous plaît.
Just the boost I need.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Like a day at the spa.
Just embrace the light.
Twas but a scratch.
Ah, player disconnected. Void Cosmic. KevinMart.org.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
The Kevin Mark? Okay, do Instalock.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this
Works
world,
for me.
but it does help.
Now,
Free
who
Instalock
gonna
Heelys.
finish from this match?
3 of them. There be 3 of them. Damn, no one wants Spider-Man. They said get him out of here. They say get that mid-tier character out of here. Crazy.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Triple heal? We're the villains? We're the villains now? Running triple support? Ah, feel dirty. Feel dirty.
I have made my share of mistakes, but I am fighting every day to make amends.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Do you have a problem with me I should know about, Emma?
Only the years of unnecessary pain and strife you caused my people.
Whatever your Wanda Maximoff did, that blood is not on my hands. And yet there you are, bathed in red.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Y'all a bunch of deadbeats. I can do this myself.
On your toes. Here they come. Nice. Look, itsy bitsy spiders. Oh, dear, that hurt.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. We captured the mission area!
Someone shut my spiders. You're welcome.
That's better.
Hunted it down! This is my safe place. Or a dagger.
Well, who's next?
You know what to do?
Can someone exterminate these robots?
Double KO!
And raise it.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da.
The moon is bright.
Oh,
Khonshu's
okay,
hunt
it
is
comes
about
right
to
down.
begin.
Still a few cards short. Just who Gambit was looking for.
I think you could do it.
You're not going anywhere.
You're welcome.
That's better.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Watch this spot.
Squids, good. More arms to break.
Nameless villain. From the start.
This is real firepower. We take. Enjoy the amplifier.
You captured an entire mission area. Keep going!
A disappear.
Disappear!
What's this scary thing?
Double KO!
Do your work.
Co-op time!
Leave them to Khonshu. By the eye of Agamotto.
Always prevails.
Protect your team. Look, it's Namor's
The
discovery.
area's almost yours!
See, I'm sparking helpful.
You're not going anywhere.
Us against the world.
Stronger already.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost!
Goodbye.
Bum 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 ba-dum.
There is no reason to be afraid
Bum
of my
bum
magic.
bum ba-dum.
Unless you give me one.
It's not fair. Every time I'm facing Wanda, they have the strange
30
team
seconds
up.
before you attack. Get ready.
The worst part about white costumes? The bloodstains. Am I right?
I wouldn't know. I don't fight to hurt people. I fight to heal them.
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal. Trust me.
Something tells me I should start with you.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You keep your eyes on the foes. I'll keep mine on the prize.
This is a nice spot.
On your toes. Here they come.
Down! That fucking hurt!
Ah, got me good.
The keyholes break real nice.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
You can't hurt me.
Oh, win it! Pay them to conjure!
You're not going anywhere. The mission area is yours.
Don't mind if I do?
Oh man, I gotta make another beacon.
They got my number.
Bring the bad guy.
Look what just crawled out of me.
This is real firepower!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Embrace the chaos.
You got a tail.
Double KO.
Claimed by chaos.
Took out the other Moon Knight.
Oh, they got the Wanda? Alright.
You've captured more
Bum
than
bum
half
bum
of the mission
ba-dum
area.
bum ba-dum
Keep going.
ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum da-da-da-da da-da-da-da da-da-da-da-da-da.
Goodbye.
Left something behind.
The moon haunts you!
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier!
You were outclassed.
Protective shield. Area is almost yours.
On your toes.
Oh, I guess that's it for today.
Leave them to conjure!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Another epic victory. Big win.
Good game, everybody. And we're back to Plat 2. Damn, I thought I was gonna rank up that game. And I still didn't get my MVP. I still didn't get my MVP, chat. Oh, let's see who is. Hi, would you like to hang and squad up? What time is it? All right. We are going to get here. Oh, here we go. The Devil's Kitten. We're gonna go raid the Devil's Kitten. VTuber, trans, she, her, they, them. Yeah, we're gonna go raid the Devil's Kitten. And I will be on again tomorrow for more Rivalines. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for cheering me on as we struggle more in Platts. And I will catch y'all laters. Laters!